All right, Council, I was able to reach to Councilman Ward. He is just about ready to be here, so I'm going to give him a minute, and if he doesn't pop in a couple minutes, we'll start things up. All right. Council, it looks like Doug's taking a little bit of time. I know he's trying to get on. Let's go ahead and get this up and going. So I'm going to start this off. We will call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the City Council Electronic Workshop meeting. Will be held online and broadcasted on Washington City's YouTube channel at washingtoncity.org/meetings at 4:30 p.m. This time now being 4:33. For this and future public hearings, we would encourage the public to monitor the agendas on the city's website, as well as we will only be taking public comments in this manner. No verbal public comments will be taken. If you have questions or comments about any of our processes or procedures, you can contact City Recorder Denise Bullock. We thank you for your patience as we figure out how to operate in this new world. However, we are committed to the mayor's direction of keeping business of the city going. We remind everyone that all services are functioning and we are processing those requests as quickly as possible. At this time, I would like to see a motion for the approval of the agenda for our workshop.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would be happy to make that motion, but let me clarify. Item 2 says discussion of the possibility to move forward with a pumped skate park. Mayor Kenneth Nelson.
Correct.
I don't see him.
Mayor Nelson has passed on his request to me to pass on to the council. He'd like to push this item forward still. It's a very simple request, and he feels like the council can make a decision today on that. So I'd like a chance to talk about it, and we'll see how it goes. I appreciate you bringing that up, Councilman Staley.
In that case, I will move that we approve the workshop agenda for May 13, 2020 as outlined.
May I make a quick request? The item 3, the developer has called and asked to have item 3 removed from the agenda. I forgot to put that out there, Councilman Staley.
Okay, I'll amend my motion that we approve the workshop agenda with striking item 3, so it'll be item 1, 2, and 4.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. May we just have a quick roll call vote? Councilman Ivey.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Councilman Staley.
Aye.
Councilman Ward, are you here?
Aye.
Okay.
On both accounts.
Okay. Councilman Clough. Aye. Okay, let's move on to item 2, discussion of the possibility to move forward with the pump skate park. Mayor Kenneth Nelson. Mayor Nelson wanted me to simply ask you if you would like to move forward with the RPMP as a council to further making this park something of a reality. And so at this point is the mayor is seeking to get a vote from the council if you would like to move forward with the RPMP.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will step in, and of course, everyone knows where my position is on this. I feel like that it's not only would be positive for our city, but I think it could make regional impact. I think that it'd be a good thing for our community. So I certainly lend my support to that. Thank you.
Councilman Coates, I see you would like to speak.
Yes, thank you. The one thing I would recommend is that we keep saying pump/skate park. I want it to be a park with an option for a pump/skate park, because I think a park is more important with facilities and kind of an establishment. And then the pump and skate park can be a part of that park, but I think it's more of a park in that area, not just the pump and skate park. So I would like to amend it to move forward that it has more of a park, a regional park with pump and skate park.
Is there any further discussion from the council?
So, Councilman, if I can. Roger. So yeah, we'll develop some concepts. What we were looking for tonight is just getting a general feel from the council to begin to push forward with the BLM. Matter of fact, the RPMP, the Recreation and Public Purpose application, will take some work before we file it. And part of that is a conceptual plan that we'll, of course, work with the council to get a conceptual plan. Those are not hard and fast. They have some latitude, but the BLM will want to see a general idea of what's going to go in there. So once we kind of get the council's green light as a body, we'll move forward to talk to the BLM and see what is all required to clear the land. It probably is going to involve an environmental impact statement. Again, we're going to push them to hopefully do that, but that's going to take a little time. So we'll have time to develop the concept with you guys, even the initial concept to get as part of the RMPP application, and then we'll get more detailed design down the road. But just know that we'll have lots of time to have your input and discussion and ideas of where that's all going to take place. And probably one of the first things we'll do, though, is kind of get an idea. Yeah, we'll push for them to clear as much acreage as possible through the EIS, because we just like that area cleared anyway. And then we'll identify the exact acreage we'll need, because the concept plan will have to match up to the acreage request. But we got some time on that. We're just looking for the green light of the council. But just to let you know, we got lots of discussion on park layout.
Well, with that being said, one question I have, City Manager Roger Carter, is how much acreage is available in that area for us to discuss the concept of a park?
Well, I think there's quite a bit, but I'll have Mike. I think is Mike there? Yeah, Mike, do you know the total? That's a big basin. Mike, do you know what the acreage of that area is?
I don't. I want to say it's close to 10 acres.
Yeah, so I think we'd have, and I believe, Barry, what are we at on Sullivan? What's our acreage on Sullivan?
Sullivan's about 35 acres.
Okay.
But some of that includes inside the river. Some of it, that north end is kind of part of it as well, which is part of the river.
So yeah, it's developed. It's developed. It's a little bit less than that, but this is Barry. But I believe there's more acres than 10 acres there in that basin. That's a pretty big area.
Councilman Ivey.
I thought it was considerably more than 10 acres.
But it's not all BLM.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Ivey, do you have something more to say?
Just wanted to add that we did find out in the last couple of days that there is some private ground in there. Right there at that northwest corner of the retention basin, there is a section of private ground, and we will like to reach out and find out about that. But I think there's enough property in that area for everything, including a traditional style park, as Councilman Coates referred to. And I also support the idea of making it a viable park, and to have it be viable is that we need some family amenities other than just the pump and skate park. So I totally agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Blake, it appears you have more to say. Anything else? No.
Yeah. So we do. So, and I know Councilman Coates is aware of this private property owner too. He's come to council before, and is looking to do, like a single baseball diamond, which we would like to incorporate as part of a park, and do some of that stuff with maybe some of that property we can work with him with to get some of those amenities out of that basin, and then put the skate park and the pump track and stuff down in the basin more, but have some of that upper ground for those amenities which we would need for a park. So we will work with those people and try to get that all done.
My feeling is I'm very much in favor of the concept of developing a whole park. I guess within this, because of the need of trying that, the idea that Councilman Ivey has come up with, the idea of doing a good skate park as an amenity, whatever we do, I think he is very passionate about making sure that's within our motion, is whatever we do within the regional concept, making sure that we have that skate park available. Councilman Coates, do you have further questions?
I just wanted to reiterate that I'm for moving forward on this. I think it's good. I just didn't want it to get pigeonholed to just those two items, because it was this. So and Roger explained it well. So I'm definitely excited to move forward. It sounds like we are all on the same page. I just wanted to be clear that as long as we're moving forward as a regional park with many different types of entities, that would be a great asset to the city.
Councilman Staley, do you have any thoughts or concerns regarding this park?
Yeah, I would just ask if the discussion about this park has changed the tentative budget we're talking about this evening, if any of those leisure services capital projects estimates for this budget have changed because of this discussion, or if those have all remained the same. I just want to make sure that as we go into our next meeting that we're still talking with consistent numbers.
Yeah, no, there's been no change on the existing capital facilities. As we identify costs that come forward, though, we'll bring those to the council and with projected dates on when those funds would be needed, and identify sources of funds too.
Do you have an idea, or does Barry have an idea of what the RPMP would cost if that's kind of at the phase we are right now, and if there's any real action that we need to take, or if it's just could be included within the budget that's already approved, the current budget?
So it depends, I think, if and this Mike and I've had this discussion, it depends on who the BLM is going to place the burden on of the environmental impact statement. We're going to, of course, push that the BLM take care of the environmental impact statement, but if they insist on us doing it, then it will have to come back to the council with identified costs. That's not going to be cheap, but it'll probably six digits anyway. But we are still we won't know that till we kind of get your go ahead. But short of that if they would take it, there's going to be some time before we have some real heavy outlays, because that's going to take a little time in itself. We might have a little design fund costs and those type of things, but we haven't got anything reflected right now because, one, we don't know scope. But we will come back to you if it looks like they're going to push the EIS back on us.
Thank you, Councilman Staley. Any further questions? Councilman Ward, do you have any thoughts or concerns about the issue?
Yeah, so just maybe, Roger, can you just talk about, like, what are kind of our stop gaps? My understanding is we would have quite a lot of control if, say, the economy was to take kind of a dip and we had some financial difficulties, but nothing we're doing at this point would lock us in financially to anything, correct?
No. So you'll get, when the RMPP application is approved, and again, there's an application process, we'll pay to buy the land, which, by the way, is extremely inexpensive. I think we bought all of Mike's yard for less than $100 or something. I mean, that's how cheap it is. And this is by an act of Congress that they do these things with municipalities. But again, we have to submit a concept. The good thing is we found that, and then a shot clock will begin. So a shot clock begins with the RMPP, so they don't want you sitting on it for 20 years. But there's also a lot of flexibility built within both the shot clock and modifications within the concept plan. What they really want to know is, what are we expecting out of this piece of land? And if we need to move some facilities around, change some things, as long as we meet the general intent of the concept plan, we're good. Now, once we commit to an application, then there is a shot clock period. I think really the penalty is, and Mike can jump in and tell me if this is not correct, But I think really the penalty would be if you just couldn't make it work, which by the way, I think they'd work with you. But I think the penalty is they just pull the RPMP away from you. You lose the RPMP ground, which means we'd lose a few $100s. Is that how you would understand it, Mike?
That's correct.
So I think
unless we have to pay for the environmental assessment, though.
Unless we have to pay for the environmental assessment, then that would be a sunk cost. This is really, RPMP is really a great benefit and tool to local governments.
Okay. Councilman Ivey, I see you have your hand raised. What would you like to say?
Yes, just for those at home that may be wondering where this park is located, it's on the eastern end of 3650, where where the road dead ends and you have to turn north sharply to go around the detention basin. It's just on the other side of that. And additionally, we have identified some other possible funding sources also within the county that may help with the cost of this also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ivey. Are there any more further discussion items to be brought up at this time? Any further thoughts? Seeing that we have, Councilman Staley.
Yeah, so I like the input that the council has given on the park. There's a lot of acreage down there. There's a lot of potential. We've referred to it on the agenda as a pump track, skate park. One way I've heard it be referred to that I liked was a Wheels Park, like Washington Wheels, WHEELS, meaning that in addition to the grass and pavilion and typical park things, there's area and geography that could incorporate a lot of things for people of all ages to roll. So I think I might call it the Washington Wheels Park for a little bit until somebody else comes up with a different name or better name. But I want to make sure that in doing so that in my mind, as we're on the very front end of this process, I would just be open to see a lot of different input and different activities that could be done there. But a lot of the initial discussion has been around wheels, scooters and skateboards and bikes and so forth.
Well, I look forward to the naming and the branding of it. And if that helps keep track of where we are, I'm fine with that, Councilman. My thoughts on this is watching the community interact in this area. We have a great neighborhood set up right next to a lot of commercial and a great access for transportation. It's got a lot of good things going for it. When I look at this park space and seeing what people are already doing, I am just absolutely ecstatic to see designs that will come forth for us as a council to look at. Appreciate Councilman Coates talking about just ensuring that there is a diverse concept to this park. We're more than a single flavor of concept, and bringing in this whole concept of rollerblading and pump tracks and bikes and everything, I think is a great addition to our communities and parks, and to continue to create a space where we have a good family-oriented environment. And that's our #1 product in Washington is a family. And so I just want to make sure people have more access to those, and we can't wait to discuss the concept of the council of what all these things will be and how they'll interact. So as a council, do you feel good moving forward with requesting an RPMP in this area with the intent of creating a park? Though the funding and the exact design is not in place, do you feel good about pursuing forward with an RPMP?
Mayor Pro Tem, can I just ask one question for staff? I like the direction you're going. And I appreciate Councilman Ivey explaining kind of the general location that we're talking about for this park. The question that I'd like to ask staff, whoever the appropriate one to answer this is, how would this park be accessed? Where would the access be, and what might be the challenges that we would face as far as accessing the park?
Probably Mike would be the best one. I would assume 3650, but Mike, you want to weigh in on that?
Correct. 3650 would be the access point getting into the park, and there's probably enough frontage there that we could actually do several accesses off 3650. That would literally be the only access we would have.
Is that road currently in, or is that road that is not in just yet?
There are portions of it in that have been built with the development. and it's in our master plan. It's actually in this year's budget to start working on some of that to get it completed up around the dike itself. And you can take it up and tie it into the Southern Parkway.
That's all I have on that.
Thank you. Councilman Ivey, last thoughts?
Yes, I was just out there. It's one of my favorite places to go and ride my motorcycle and razor. But when I was over there this last weekend, I saw 2 or 3 pickups over there, and they had some youngsters out there riding their motorcycle on a track that they had made. And I had a chance to visit with them. And the thought came to me that we need to involve heavily the youth and the citizens in the development of this park, of what they would like to see there. Because after all, it's their money and we serve at their pleasure. So I would love to have some discussion and some open dialogue with citizens to kind of explore what would like to be there and what would come forward from that. But the road is in place. It's dug up right now. There's a big trench in the middle, but the road is there. It's not paved or anything. And then I was just going to add one other thought as far as the development is. I think we just need to keep that 1,000-foot view and kind of look down and see the big picture of what we want there. And then we can drill down and isolate different items in the park and try to identify the items that are there with as to where they need to be and how they'll function best. And I am excited about the concept of this.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ivey. Councilman Coates.
So just a quick question, Mayor Pro Temp, are we making a motion on this or are we just trying to get a consensus? 'Cause
Right now,
I'm all for moving forward with the RPMP. I think it's the right process to get going, so.
I think that was the intention when I talked with Mayor Nelson, was to basically get the council to approve moving forward on an RPMP in this workshop. That's what we need to be able to give to our staff, so more information can come before council on our voting and designs and everything else, but everything starts at this RPMP.
So you're looking for a motion then?
No.
That better said, it's a yes. Do you want to, yes or no? Not so much I need to make a motion, but to say yes.
Well, I make a motion, we move forward with the RPMP.
Looking for a second on that? No, Denise, can you help us out?
So
We're looking to make a recommendation to staff to
Recommendation.
move forward. We can't take a vote
Right.
in a workshop.
Okay,
Okay,
that's what I thought, so
How
I
to
will.
properly phrase this? Because we do want to move forward with an RPMP. How do we make that recommendation?
I think we got it.
we nod our heads.
I think we got enough of a consent input of the council to know that they want to move forward. So we're good. And then again, I think the council has to take formal action once the RPMP application is submitted, but we're not there yet. So just know there's lots of processes, but I think I'm comfortable with where everybody is on this thing and we're going forward as soon as we're done.
All right, we'll do it that way. Okay, that being said, item 2, let's move on. Item 3 has been removed. And at this point, it is item 4 for an adjournment. So make a motion that we adjourn the meeting. Anyone willing to do so?
So moved.
All right, we have a second. All
I'll
right,
second that, Dan.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. See you guys back at 6 o'clock.
Hey, are we calling in on this same meeting agenda, right? This is the same one.
Don't sign off. All you have to do is just put your computer on mute and leave your screen running.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I'm in the right place, Steve. Is that right?
You made it
Awesome.
loud and clear.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. See you at 6.
Yep. See ya.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
See ya. Well, I won't see you. I'll keep on live.
I'll hear you. Hear you later.
Okay. Bye.
All right, hear you, Mayor. I'll announce you're present, but I won't say you're gonna do anything unless you feel like you gotta.
Okay. I don't know if you need to announce it, but you just say I'm on the line. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I'm going to mute myself. So,
All right, thanks, Mayor.
okay.
Councilman, are we all ready and rested and refreshed to start a meeting? Seeing if we're all present here. And if possible, if you guys are ready to go, if you could please put your videos on so I know that you're ready to go, that'd be very helpful to me. I don't want to start this if we're not ready to go.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Councilman Ward. All right. It looks like we have everybody here. We'll call this meeting to order. This meeting of the City Council electronic regular meeting will be held online and broadcasted on Washington City's YouTube channel at washingtoncity.org/meetings at 6:00 p.m., the time being 6 o'clock. For this and future public hearings, we would encourage the public to monitor the agendas on the city's website, as we will be only taking public comments in this manner. No verbal public comments will be taken. If you have questions or comments about any of the processes or procedures, you can contact City Recorder Denise Bullock. We thank you for your patience as we figure out how to operate in this new world. However, we are committed to the mayor's direction of keeping the businesses of the city going. We remind everyone that all services are functioning, and we will process those requests as quickly as possible, where possible. I'd like to welcome you all here to our meeting. Before we get going, I have asked Councilman Staley to give an invocation, following by a Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Ivy. After the invocation, if there could be a slight pause, we will have an American flag demonstrated for people to see if they cannot see it from where they are. Once the American flag is within sight, we'll be able to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Staley.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to be gathered here, wherever we may be, doing the city's business. We're grateful for the freedoms that we enjoy and the prosperity that we enjoy. We pray that as we go about our discussions and decisions this night, that thou would help us to do so in wisdom and prudence and with thy guidance, with the best interest of the citizens we represent at heart. We pray that thou would bless those who work so hard to provide the services and the safety and all the conveniences that we have as a municipality. We pray for them and their families. We're grateful for this country, for this land of liberty. We pray that thou would be with us this night and that we may keep thee in our minds. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. All right.
Will you stand, place your hand over your heart, and recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilman Staley and Councilman Ivy. We appreciate your service. The agenda before us, as far as I have been told, there is nothing that is being removed from our discussions. That being said, I entertain a motion for the agenda.
I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda as outlined for the May 13th, 2020 Washington City Council.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 2, announcements. I have no announcements at this time. Are there any announcements that the council would like to bring forth at this time?
May continues to be Bike Month.
Ah, that's right.
I know.
Thank you,
So
Councilman
as you get a
Staley.
chance to get out in this nice weather and bike the trails and on the side of the road in our bike lanes and enjoy.
You know, right before the temperatures reach 120, we're at that nice balmy 100 degrees, so you better get out there right now, right? Thank you, Councilman Staley. Are there any announcements to talk about at this time? Okay, that being said, we'll move on to Item 3, declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Are there any to declare at this time?
I will abstain from item 6A as I have done in the past. That's zone request Z-20-02. I have no financial interest other than my wife and I own a parcel of land in the vicinity. So I will continue to abstain from discussion and voting on that, which this meeting is item 6A.
So noted, Councilman Staley, thank you. Are there any other abstentions or conflicts to be noted? Seeing that there are none, I'd like to move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda 4A, approval of minutes. Consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 4/22/2020 and 4/29/2020. Consent agenda item 4B, board audit report. Consideration to approve the board audit report from April 2020. 4C, final plat and road dedication plat. Item CI, or 1, consideration to approve the final plat for Escondido at Sienna Hills, Phase 3, located approximately east of Escondido Drive, applicant Brennan Holdings, number 200 LLC. Item C2, consideration to approve the final plat for Rusted Hills, Phase 7, located at approximately Rusted Hills and Pecos Drive, applicant Ray DeWitt. And item C3, consideration to approve the dedication plat for the Red Trail Lane, located approximately south of Telegraph Street and Washington Parkway intersection, applicant Triview Apartment Association, 3rd LLC. Do I have any motions or anything to discuss or declare at this time? And seeing there are none, I'd entertain a motion from council.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as read by the Mayor Pro Tem.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Staley, would you go ahead and lead us off on a vote?
Staley, aye.
Okay, Councilman Ivy,
Aye.
Councilman Coates,
Aye.
Councilman Ward,
Aye.
Clough, aye. Seeing that, let's move on to item 5, public hearing. We have a public hearing to discuss, 5A, public hearing to discuss the project determined to be applied for the CDBG Small Cities Program in program year 2020. The Dove Center will be using the project funding of $173,398 to remodel the Aaron's House facility to better serve families, build additional offices for staff, and to refloor 3 other transitional units. Comments will be solicited on project scope, implementation, and its effects on the residents. Applicant, the Dove Center. Before we move on to this next part, I've been asked to read a statement here. This is a hearing was called to allow all citizens to provide input concerning the project that was awarded under the grant year 2020 of the Community Development Block Grant Program. The city has amended its capital investment plan and decided to apply for funds on behalf of the Dove Center Aaron House remodel project located at 455 West Vincent Lane, Washington City, Utah 84780. Lindsay Boyer, Executive Director of the Dove Center from the Aaron House remodel project. So at this time, if I could, I would, if Lindsay is available, I'd like them to briefly explain what the Aaron House remodel project is. Do we have them on the line?
If they're not on the line, Mayor Pro Tem, maybe Mr. Liu, who's kind of overseeing the CDBG process for us, would just kind of lay out the process and what this is, if Matt could do that.
So, Mr. Liu, are you present? Could you lay us out on what's going on here?
I can. I appreciate it, Mayor Pro Tem. This is, again, the Community Development Block Grant Program that is sponsored through HUD. Because of the size of our city, which is, we're not in a, I didn't say entitlement city, like other cities that are a little bit bigger. The program is, how do I say, managed and facilitated through 5 Counties Association of Governments. By this, the Dove Center, let's see, Lindsay Boyer applied through the 5 County Association of Governments for funding for this project. Again, this is a competitive process, so kudos to the Dove Center and her team for being able to be awarded this money. Again, if she does chime in, I can briefly explain what they want to do is remodel the Aaron Kimball House to build 2 more family units in the remodel project, do a couple offices for case workers, and then refloor about 2 or 3 other transitional units for clients. And that's basically the program or the project, sorry.
So we are it's a pass through. So Washington City is the one that will be the recipients of this fund, and then we pass it on to them. If you all remember, some time back, we had a public hearing to consider other projects. There were no other projects, but that was a requirement under the HUD requirements. Now that the project has been selected, which was this one all along, this is the purpose for the public hearing, to get any individual who wants to speak to this project on the record. So that's the purpose for this, to meet the HUD requirements. And so Matt's done a great job working with Lindsay on this process, and they've been great partners of ours in the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just as a note, we've talked about this being a regional thing through 5 counties. This is a public hearing, and we have a unique concept of our public hearing. Have we received anything in writing as pertaining to this public hearing?
I haven't heard. Denise could probably chime in, because I believe all of those comments was directed to the recorder's office, but I have not heard of any comments regarding this program or this project.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. It's been open, and seeing that we have no comments that have been solicited or put to us at this point, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Before you do that, Dan, can I just had a question
I
for you?
apologize. I see some hands up. Forgive me, Councilman Ward. Go ahead.
So, Matt, you were saying, just to be clear, you were saying this is a competitive process. Can you help me understand what you're referring to by the competitive nature of the process?
It's similar to any type of government grants. You basically send out, for lack of a better word, an RFP saying or stating that the 5 County Association of Governments will have X amount of dollars available in program year 2020. Those nonprofits or those entities or agencies that qualify or think you qualify to pursue these dollars, please do so by an application process. That is all vetted and reviewed by the team or the staff at 5 County Association of Governments, and then they come and recommend or move that information forward to HUD. That is approved preliminary. All we need to do at this point, which is what we're working on right now, is going through the standard process of approvals, thereby developing minutes that will be submitted with the final application from the Dove Center to 5 counties. Then in turn will be submitted to HUD to make sure that, again, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed.
If I could just add to what Matt's saying too. So HUD, of course, his purpose is to provide for low income or at need individuals. I believe that the Dove Center, there are specific programs that are considered pre-qualified programs. And I believe this one is a pre-qualified program because of the services they provide, which means they don't have to do a lot of other pre-qualifications to be eligible for this fund. We've actually provided CDBG funds in times past to this organization. And again, it's a great organization that provides a good service. And so Matt's right on all that. And that's just kind of how the HUD funding kind of works. And they're pre-qualified, but the CDBG comes to Washington City, which means we need to manage it, which means that we need to meet all of the management requirements that HUD imposes, including potentially a single audit that might be required of us by the federal government.
Any more things to this?
What would that audit look like? We would have to do that ourselves, or we would submit to an audit by someone?
Yeah, so we've done them before. So anytime you get federal funds, so for instance, let's say we got CARES funds this year. Once you hit a certain threshold, you usually have to have what's called a single audit on those federal funds alone. What we've done in times past is our same auditor who does our city audits is they perform a separate audit just on those particular funds, and the city is responsible for that, to pay for that.
Any further concerns or comments from the council? Before we move on, I have been notified that Lindsay Boyer is online. Lindsay, could we hear from you?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late joining you all.
That's okay. We're so glad to have
thank you. I'm happy to answer questions or offer any updates or brief description if it's needed. I'm just not sure if everyone who's a part of the conversation today is caught up to speed with all of this, if you already have that information or what I can provide.
I think one thing that I would love an update on is last time you came to us, you were talking about how this is expanding in its use and how many families you're able to help. Can you give us a scope of how many families have been benefited through this project? Or how many families you work with at a time?
Sure, yes. So we have the existing 3 units in the second floor of this building. Doing this renovation project will increase the size from 3 units to 5 units. We will be able to preserve 2 of the offices in the main level so that we're able to provide services, both advocacy and counseling, including child play therapy, to the households that are residing in this facility on site, so that we're removing those barriers for them during their transitional stay. What we've been able to do with the 3 units we have in that building has been approximately about 10 households per year. Each stay is a little bit different. Some need to stay for maybe 3 or 4 months. Some, 2 or 3 months is enough. It just kind of varies. And so with the 2 units that we will be adding, they will be a little bit larger so that households where they have children and they need a little more room, they need a few beds instead of just the smaller, more, studio style units. We're able to serve maybe those households that have more children that may need a little bit longer transitional stay because they have a little bit bigger foundation they may need to build under them to be successful as they launch into independence. So we anticipate that we will be able to serve close to about the same amount on average that we do in these other units, but with the expectation that it may be a little bit longer before we're ready to transition to the next household. So we're projecting probably about 2 to 3 households per unit. So I guess roughly about 5 to 8 households with the additional units on top of the 10 to 12 we've been able to serve with the other 3.
Are there any more questions or concerns from the council you'd like to talk with the applicant at this time? Okay, we just want to say thanks so much, Lindsay Boyer. I really appreciate the protection that this offers to our citizens. It brings a smile to my face every time I think of our opportunity to help these sensitive families. So we're really excited to see this improvement and look to hear from you in the future of how this is benefiting our community. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. And thank you all for your support and coordination with all this.
Thank you. Okay, council, if that is the case, are there any more items the council like to talk about related to this public hearing? If not, I would like to entertain a motion to close this public hearing at this time.
Make a motion to close this public hearing for item 5A.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councilman Ivy. The meeting is closed. Let's go ahead. just by a roll call vote. Councilman Staley,
Staley, aye.
Councilman Ivy,
Ivy, aye.
Councilman Coates,
Coates, aye.
Councilman Ward,
Aye.
Clough, aye. Okay, that being said, let's move on to item 6A. Item 6A.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, ma'am.
this is Denise. The public hearing's been closed and there are no comments online.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate validating that. Thank you so much, Denise. Okay, moving on to item 6A, consideration to approve an ordinance to adopt zone change request Z-20-02 to change from OS open space to PUDC planned unit development commercial located at approximately 3650 South, 1320 East, applicant Doug Dennett.
Can everybody see that picture on your screen okay? Okay, just to kind of give you that, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, this proposal is asking for this zone change to the PUDC for this storage unit complex. Again, 2 weeks ago, you held your public hearing. The 2-week holdover is now complete. The item's ready for City Council action. Just to remind you that the Planning Commission sent this to you with a recommendation unanimously recommending approval of Z-2002 for this particular proposal. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have had during your 2-week time.
Is by chance, Drew, do we have a representative from the applicant present at this meeting? Is there anything that they would like to say?
I don't know if they're online. I haven't got a message from Steve that they are, but maybe he'll chime in if he is there.
Okay. Because I heard that they did want to participate, want to have a few things to say. If we can give them a little time to see if they show up. Otherwise, we'll open up to the council with any concerns or questions. Do the council have any questions or concerns relating to this property at this time? Okay, Councilman Coates.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just wanted a couple of the concerns I had going forward is that we talked about having a plan in place for the design and aspect of this area as part of their general plan improvement. Is that correct from the last council? And the concern I have is that we don't have a plan. I truly feel that 3650 is another front door to Washington Fields from the Southern Parkway. And we need more of a plan and more time to look at that plan before we start throwing things out there here and there. So those are my concerns on this project.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. Councilman Ivy.
Yes, I just wondered if we could get some background from maybe Roger. That study was started before my time on the council. So maybe just some background to find out what that study is and what it involves and what the ramifications and limitations of it might be.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. City Manager Roger Carter, could you help out on that?
Yeah, so we approved this company EPG to look at primarily design standards out in the field specifically. So what we were looking at with respect to the scope of work that we asked them to do was to kind of look at the characteristic of the fields and try to develop basically a feel in both in architecture and design, in layout, that would reflect the characteristics of the field on all land use options. So whether it's residential, multifamily, neighborhood commercial, whatever. And so they were beginning that process. They were just getting started into that process. And then of course, everything kind of clamped down. And part of their process, of course, includes, and we will want it to include public input and public scoping meetings. Now we're restructuring how we might do those, but we really do want the input of the community, the fields community particularly, and that's what we're looking for. But because of all that's happened, that hasn't been able to happen. So they're about 2 months behind. So we would anticipate that we won't see anything from them until probably July, maybe even August. And then from that point, what they'll be doing is kind of recommending back those items that are within their scope. Now, I want to be clear though, their scope is largely going to be design standard type of work. It's going to be probably less. They're probably going to not provide a lot of input on zoning recommendations. That was not necessarily within the scope. It was just kind of like, however, will they have some comments with regard to that? They probably will, but that's not the brunt of the project. The project is when you as a council decide that this is commercial or when you decide that this is residential, here are some design standards for both of those zones that we would recommend you consider. Now, again, they're only going to propose something back to the council. The council will then look at it. They'll decide if they like it. They'll probably have a number of meetings with the planning commission, who will also be involved in this process. And that will probably go back and forth. And then whatever is ultimately decided on, in order to get codified, it'll have to start the process at that point, which begins with the planning commission and all the public hearing processes and et cetera, et cetera. So quite honestly, even though we assume EPG will have some recommendations back to you in July and maybe August at the latest, I don't see us having anything necessarily codified, knowing that the the legislative process at that point is going to take some time until probably the latter part of the year. And again, I just want to be clear that you might get some insight with regards to zoning, but it's going to be more related to design standards that are characteristic of both the community, having received public input, staff and council and other input. For those of you who were on the council, they kind of presented at the latter part of last year and gave some examples of some of the work that they've done in other communities. And it clearly was mostly design standard work. So I don't know if that answered your question, Councilman, but that's kind of the broad scope of EPG.
It did. Just one follow-up question. Did the Planning Commission consider any of the findings from RPG or what had initially been set forth in their decision to unanimously approve this?
Unanimously approve what?
The Planning Commission approved this project that we're talking about. Did they use any information from RPG in their decision?
No, there's been no information from, and it's EPG, but there's been no information from EPG presented yet. And I would also say that they would not consider probably any recommendations from EPG until they've been properly codified as Washington City requirements. And that will have to go through its own process.
Thank you, Councilman Iving and City Manager Carter. Councilman Coates.
Yes, thanks for that explanation, Manager Carter. The kind of when I was looking for design, I'm saying I'm more interested in the design and the aspects of how it looks. Zoning wise, I think we have the ability to decide zoning moving forward on what's appropriate for the area. I'm extremely concerned about us just putting one property out there and then I will just kind of wing it, and I don't want to wing it. I think this is our chance to do something, make our front door beautiful as we come in. I'm not saying this project isn't beautiful, because I think they've done a pretty decent job for storage units, what it looks like. My true feeling is that there should be a buffer between the storage units and the low density across the street. I recommended some different type of commercial out front, but those are my personal opinions on how I think this property is we should have something different, breaking up the storage units right off 3650. And then I also think there needs to be more of a design aspect looked at as a city before we move forward on this piece of property. But those are some of my concerns.
Thank you very much, Councilman Coates. I would like to talk to the council on a few things. I hope the representatives show up so they can speak for themselves to validate.
They are online.
They are. They were able to make it.
Yeah, they're there. Steve let me know they're on the phone, so I think you can ask them. Now, again, they're on a little bit of a delay, so be prepared for that. Not much, but Steve told me they are online.
Okay, well, if that's possible, I think it would help the council in the discussion to hear from the applicant. If we could have the applicant kind of discuss what they've discussed, what they've talked about since our last meeting, and if they have any changes they'd like to discuss at this time. So if we have a representative from Doug Dennett, well, we'd love to hear from you.
Oh, hi, this is Doug Dennett. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so we we've already kind of hashed it out on all the other meetings, but we've been like over a year working with the staff and getting this kind of the way we thought that they wanted us to go, and with the design and the landscape. And having said that, and then just seeing what you guys are up against, we feel like, I think the zoning works for those 3 acres, because I don't think that's really a big issue. But we agree that we probably ought to see what that study maybe comes out and says. We were told it might be ready as soon as July, maybe as long as October. We'd kind of like to know a timeline if possible, just so that we aren't delayed and we can move forward. But we're definitely open to making this look as nice as it needs to be, or as we can. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but the road, that intersection that we were told to design would actually be an access that may be needed down through the detention basin, and would be willing to work with the city or whatever is necessary to put that in.
Okay. Councilman Ivy, questions for the applicant?
Yes, and General, Mr. Dennett, just to clarify, the action required tonight is to rezone your property from open space to a PUD commercial. Are you saying that you would be happy with that zoning tonight and then address the actual storage units at a future time? Is that something that you are amenable to?
Yes, and that's why we were guided that if we went with the PUD, that you guys would have some input on things to make sure it looks proper in that area. And so we're definitely open to ideas. Like I said, we've already been with the city figuring all this out, and because it involves the flood, I guess, authorities or what, I'm not sure who the people are that they have to go through, but we would like to get it zoned so that we could go and I guess the engineers could help me explain who we have to get permission from, where it's right up against the detention basin. Do you know Adam?
Yeah, hi guys, it's Adam Allen with Bush and Gudgel. Hey, I think what Doug's trying to clarify is if we can get the zoning, or maybe even just, hey, we're okay with the use, but obviously the buildings need to be looked at, the design needs to be looked at a little bit. That way we can still move forward with the flood control authority and with FEMA, and then come back and look at the building design a little bit later per the guidelines to make sure everything looks as nice as possible.
Thank you. Councilman Ivy, further questions?
Well, I was actually just lowering my hand, but
Oh, I apologize.
in an open microphone, I'll seize it. Thank you. That's good clarification. I just want to point out that I think that Mr. Dennett has been very open and conducive to work with us through this process, and very willing to answer questions and to try to find common ground. And I appreciate his willingness to do that. Of course, I agree that I want the very best project along 3650 South. Although I've looked at the project and I like the building materials. I think it is well designed. I like the entrance to the side. I've looked at the conditions. I've looked at all of the findings and conditions, and it's really well thought out. But I do want to tell Mr. Dennett thank you for his reasonableness in this, and so that we may take some time and look at that, then I'd be certainly willing to go forward with a motion for zoning and then put off the storage units or whatever decisions may be made at a future date.
And just to clarify, I was wondering that if we did the zoning, that would give us time to get through the flood authorities or however we have to go through. And then I think by that time, maybe the study would be done and it would be good timing. And then we could all make kind of a better decision if it fits for what you guys are trying to look, or whatever, I guess, the study comes out with.
Okay. Councilman Coase, any further questions for the applicant?
Not for the applicant, for maybe for Mr. Shaw on the Flood Control Authority. What processes do we have? What does the zoning help as the process? Is that not a process we can do with what it's zoned currently, is I guess my question.
They would have to get approval from the Flood Control Authority to get down in the basin at all or do any filling of the basin. They just have to get overall approval because the Flood Control Authority has an overall easement in that basin.
But is this zoning contingent on them actually going to them and applying to them?
Well,
Just
unless they get approval
clarification.
from the Flood Control Authority, they can't do anything within the boundaries of that basin.
Yeah, I guess my question is that changing the zone does not affect that application.
No.
To the Flood Control Authority. Okay. Just a clarification there. And then if we are moving forward with if this does move forward, the thing I would recommend is the condition that any of these exhibits that were provided are not approved as part of the condition and only the zoning is approved.
Okay.
So just a comment there.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. Councilman Ivey, questions?
Yes, this is a question back to Mike Shaw. Mike, I'm looking at the detention basin outline, and it looks to me like the boundary does not include the property of Mr. Dennett's in that flood control area.
I believe a portion of it goes into that basin a little bit.
Okay. It maybe on the south end. All right.
I believe it's on the southwest, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any further? Councilman Coates, do you have further questions? Okay. Well, it is my understanding, if I can clarify this with the applicant, that you are fine suspending any concept and any idea for right now. For example, you have listed as storage units. You're fine suspending the approval of any concept until after the study's findings. Is that what I am to understand?
Well, we should still feel like it's something that we would like to put in. We're not like dead set on it. It's just that's when we talked with all the options that there's people that didn't like apartments. There's people that didn't like townhomes. There's people that didn't like convenience. I mean, you could go down the list and you're going to have opposition on all of it. We thought that would, in talking with staff and people that we talked with, that was like the least impact. So we would still like to consider it, but maybe not at this time. Just look at the study and then just go for the zoning and maybe let us get the flood authority or whatever that application is through. And then it would just be the 3 acres. That's all we're looking for, just that 3 acres. And then there's 7 acres that we're willing to work with the city, rather it be access or park or something that would really help and enhance the neighborhood.
Well, to you, the applicant, we have barely put on something that was new to your 1-year process. In the last 2 meetings, we've considered this area to pursue an RPMP for a future park. And so we're in the process of the city exploring the concepts of using the land that's conjoining this property for a park for our residents in this area. And so this is kind of unique to the concept of what you are doing, and it is new and novel to what you've already invested in. But as per the study, we're hoping that if we're allowed to have this additional time, it allows us to pursue further down the exploration of a park and how that would relate with the property. And also it would allow more citizen input to really create something that's good for the community and give a better direction and explanation for you, the developer. As outlined by City Manager Carter, the purpose of the study, more than 80% of it is to recommend, it's more of like concepts and models and architecture and everything. The zoning is a small objective of the study. But with that being said, Councilman Coates and I both have very similar concerns that this is really a unique opportunity to welcome both our residents and developers and people visiting our city. And you're the first commercial that sets a precedence of what the rest of this area will do. And so This intersection that you have may have some significant changes due to the concepts of having a park, and vice versa. The whole concept of what you have proposed may change now that you know that there is a park that is truly moving forward. We're at a point where time is costly but needed to make sure the best possible thing happens for our residents and happens for all parties involved. So we champion your willingness to work with us. And we know we have sent you down a road that's cost you a lot of money and patience and time. But I would like to clarify, would you be okay if, as a council tonight, if we expanded the concept of where you could do, get your zoning for a PUD commercial, but we are not approving any concept tonight of what that commercial would be. It is only to change the zoning from open space to a PUD commercial. Is that my understanding that you would be okay with that?
Yes, and that's what I mean is to be fair to us, we don't know that a park's going to go in, or it may or may not. And so if that's the direct, it's almost like, I guess we were in front of all of that. So maybe we went just a little bit too quick for maybe, you know, it wasn't quite ready. But once we just looking for some direction. So let's say a park does go in, I think we could work well with you guys to design something, rather it be this or possibly something else. Now we keep in mind, we wanted something that could benefit us as profitable. Cause like if it was, let's say, not that it would be, but let's say a restaurant, I wouldn't know how to run a restaurant. So it wouldn't be prudent for us to put a restaurant in. I mean, maybe somebody that wanted to buy it that ran a restaurant would. And like I said, I'm not throwing out the idea of a restaurant. I'm just using that as an example. So yes, we would be open to something that would complement not only the area, but let's say it ends up being a park and maybe there is a better concept or an idea. The answer is yes, but it does need to be something that we can work with. Because like I said, there's certain businesses I could run and there's certain business I couldn't run. And so it would be hard for me to build something in there that I couldn't manage, if that makes sense.
Well, at this time, we're not recommending any use of it. We're hoping to get better information from the study and also to grant a more solid commitment to a park in the future. And right now we would just need time. So I do appreciate you talking about that.
Yeah, and that's good. That's what I mean. If the park goes in there, that gives us a little more clarity and direction, because as of now, it's just always been a detention pond. And I think a park would be a wonderful addition in that area myself.
Well, we appreciate you being willing to work with us. That being said, I do have a quick clarification for Mr. Shaw. Earlier, this area was designated as open space. Why was it then changed to where now this could be considered a commercial place? Why did this property become available?
That would probably be more of a Drew question on zoning.
Forgive me, Mr. Ellerman.
Thanks. I wanted to see Mike answer that though, but yeah, he chickened out. But what happened was with the developments of the residential neighborhoods going north of this particular piece, there was some of this flood area, this debris basin, part of it was in those properties. And then so when the people that were looking at developing those for residential use started digging into it and the engineering was being performed, they actually found that the debris basin was oversized. And so they started doing elevations, et cetera, and how they're going to move the dirt to make it all work out. Then it became apparent that they could have some usable ground that was not thought to be usable 5-7 years ago. So then they got a hold of and started talking to the NRCS and the Flood Control Authority down here. And everybody said, well, now that we see these elevation numbers, now we know the size, that our debris basin is probably a bit oversized. We could consider doing that, but here's the steps you'll have to get LOMARs accomplished. And so the dialogue began. And that's kind of the short story of how this came about, is that land that was thought not usable then became probably usable through proper changing of FEMA maps, getting more specific on the debris basin itself. etc.
So are the properties that connect to this property to the northeast, are they already zoned commercial? Is this just an extension of existing commercial on the south side of the road?
Northeast, there's only one piece that got zoning to C1, and it's across the street from 3650 and down to the east a little bit. The rest of them had the neighborhood commercial designation in the general plan. Like I think a piece that, say, Councilman Staley owns fits in that neighborhood commercial piece that he was talking about. But then this Mr. Steefs, which is right next to this, I think it's Steefs, I hope I didn't pronounce that wrong, and Mr. Dennett ended up with these pieces. They came in, asked for their general plan amendment that you guys passed at the end of last year, if you remember. This council was here then, got those general plan amendments changed. They were seeking to go community commercial, but you ended up giving them PUD commercial in the general plan. And so that's, and then now Mr. Dennett is following up with his piece. Mr. Steefs is not yet seeking a specific zoning, for his piece. And this is the proposal that you have tonight, of course.
Well, one of my concerns, as I've talked with the residents, none of the residents are mad about having commercial. They're really excited about neighborhood commercial. And the concept of having any extension, there is a lot of opinion and a lot of concerns and people invested in their lives down there. They're willing to discuss and willing to move on some things and excited for it. The number one concern that I get over and over again is what type. So I feel like this study will give us some direction to work with the residents. There are concerns that this is not enough of a buffer space between existing residents that are on the north side of the road. This comes down about 100 feet. How much further is it till it touches the neighboring property that got granted commercial? We're talking, what, 200 feet, 300 feet of road space here? I'm trying to understand how much space is key.
I wish I had a better idea, but I would say somewhere between 150 and 300 to the east. There is a piece, but it's on the opposite side. So it's on the same side of the road as the residents that got a hold of you in Majestic Views. It's just down from them, and I don't know if they know that, but it's probably 300 feet to the east of them.
Mm-hmm.
So now, and I keep hearing the word buffer about this. I'm not sure, do they know what they're talking about, or have they expressed what quote unquote buffer is going to be for them? Does a buffer mean, is it a streetscape of landscaping? Is it, again, because a buffer could be 100 things, or will it be a gas station? Will it be, a regular commercial piece? Will it be a plaza with food, fast food in it, or restaurants? That's a tough, thing to kind of comprehend.
Respect the best way that I think I can answer that, and I'll be speaking on behalf of multiple conversations. The first intent was the people that are looking at this, we're looking at this as open space being the absolute buffer to what's currently on the general plan. We have since explained that it was really considered not yet designated, but that comes back to a circular argument that I think we'll never really be able to resolve, and hope things are better going forward. So to those who invested their life and everything, the best buffer possible was open space in their opinion. So in all due respect, I think that should be noted. That being said, kind of a going forward concept, this particular opportunity to expand property was not available to us as a city or as developers or anything until a revision of the floodplain, as you explained to us. And so with this property coming forward, it feels pinned and kind of compressed that if you were to expand this to residential, these residents would be that much closer to a power station. And what's not so beautifully articulated in this drawing is just right behind this is a very significant power station. And so being able to put something in this area, I know is going to be a concern. And there's your picture right there. So right behind this, we have a power station. So I'm just really concerned about if there were any residents to build right next to that, we'd be having another conversation. So in kind of a conclusion, I feel like we're doing the right thing by following through. I do agree with doing some sort of a PUD commercial so that we can have more input as a council. I, at this time, do not feel comfortable agreeing to any concept on this property, but I do feel comfortable with expanding our commercial and seeing how This study can help us with neighborhood commercial, maybe administrative professional. But I really believe that we owe ourselves the time to really benefit from a study that's in place. And also, we've just thrust upon this area the concept of a park. And so there is a lot of things that have changed since this applicant began the process that, though they are costly, time-consuming, and in some ways unfair, very beneficial for us as a city to weigh at this time before we move forward on any concept. Councilman Ivey.
Yes, thank you. Caught me off guard just a little bit. Just some comment. You know, I do respect what my fellow councilmen have said, and I do respect the fact that the owners out in adjacent areas of their concern and wanting to see that study. I personally don't see a legitimate reason for denial of this project, but I do respect the owners, the home property owners out there and the council. So in light of that, I would be willing to make a motion if there's no further comment.
Are there any further comments from our council that we'd like to talk at this time? My only further thing on this is after talking with the applicant and hearing from them and discussing the constraints of the study that's in place and they're willing to work with that, I would like to add my voice of support to a motion that would allow us to suspend any approval of a concept at this time. And I would also support the concept of waiting to approve anything for construction until after the study is completed. So those are my thoughts, Councilman Ivey. I turn the floor to you if you have the time for a motion. Open to a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would make a motion to approve Z-20-02. Case to rezone approximately 3.48 acres located at 1320 East, 3650 South from the current open space zoning to a proposed planned unit development commercial zoning designation without a concept of construction.
Okay, I have a motion. Are there any items to add? Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, Dan.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Councilman Ivey.
Aye.
Can I have some clarification on your motion? Can you say that
Sure.
again, Councilman Ivey, on that no concepts or designs are approved with this? Is that what you said?
The wording after the PUD zoning designation was that I added without a concept or consideration of construction.
And I apologize for clarification, are you willing to put within that motion pendings off of the study within that motion?
I think that the city manager clarified that our decisions here are limited somewhat, so I'd hate to tie it to that study and have that study not clarify an exact question that we may have, is my only concern.
Okay. I have a vote from Councilman Ivey within that. Are you going to amend or clarify anything else further in your vote, Councilman Ivey, or would you like it to stay as it is?
And in the motion?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe the motion is the way I intended it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Does that clarify your concern, Councilman Coates?
It's not my concern. I'm concerned. I think it should have the motion of also contingent on that study.
Okay.
So just my opinion.
All right. That being said, Councilman Coates, I would like to hear your vote for the motion.
Nay.
Councilman Ward.
Aye.
Councilman Staley. Oh, sorry. Forgive me, Councilman Staley. You're not there. Councilman Clough, nay. That being said, we have Mayor Nelson. He has been asked to be present. I do not know if he is currently on the line. Mayor Nelson, are you present?
Are you there?
We are here, Mayor Nelson.
What was Councilman Clough's Ward's vote?
Councilman, right now the vote is Councilman Ivy, aye. Councilman Coates, nay. Councilman Ward, aye. Councilman Clough, nay.
Nielsen, nay.
Okay. That being said, the motion.
Sorry, I gotta go.
That's okay.
Hey,
Thank you,
don't leave. It's only that motion died.
Exactly. That motion has been defeated. How do you say that? Motion to be a nay. I would entertain another motion.
I'll try a motion that we recommend approval of ordinance 6-A, considering the approval of the zone change request Z2002 to the change from open space to PUD commercial, with the condition that none of the concept designs be approved at this time. And condition number 2, that future look at this will have to be in consideration of the design aspect for 3650 from the Southern Parkway to Washington Fields Road.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
So sorry. I just want to be clear on the verbiage of that.
So let me. So my verbiage is recommending approval.
Yeah.
With the PUD commercial zone only. None of the concepts, none of the ideas are a part of this. And the second condition that in contingent that when we see the PUD again, we will have that report ready to implement as part of that.
Did that clarify your concerns, Councilman Ward?
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second by Councilman Ward. Roll call vote. Councilman Ward.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Councilman Ivy.
Nay.
Councilman Clough, aye. The motion passed 3-4. No, sorry, 3-1. That sounded off wrong. There were 4 of us, 3-1. Forgive me, I'm doing my math, okay? That being said, let's move on to item 6B. Consideration to approve an ordinance to adopt zone change request Z-20-4, a request from open space to residential single-family 10,000 square foot lots, minimum R-1-10, located east of Washington Fields, Washington Vista Phase 3A and 3B, applicant First Nation Investments, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, this is a request to go from open space to the R110. The 2-week holdover is now complete. The item is ready for council action, but I do need to make note, and hopefully you saw this in your packets. You saw 2 different plans on, and it was due to the discussion that you had 2 weeks ago. They have now given you a new proposal. Here's the proposal you saw 2 weeks ago on the screen. Can everybody see that okay? Which included 4.17 acres was the proposed zone change in green. And what is being proposed after hearing the public hearing portion 2 weeks ago, the applicant has brought in this new proposal for you because they understood where you were coming from. And the acreage, I'm going to zoom in on that just so it helps you down here. The area in green now has been cut from 4.17 down to 2.27 acres, so almost two acres being shaved off. And that's mostly down off of the 100-year floodplain. Let me grab my fun little pencil here. And just going to kind of highlight the area that they've kind of taken out on that portion of it. And then I need to go down to the south and show you again. Oh, I got to go to my mouse. And then we will go drawing. And so this area in here, they've kind of taken out of the proposal to make up that 2 acres. So I wanted you to be aware that they were cognizant of the way the conversation went last time. Now, I think they were also just trying to appease, again, the comments that came in were from Sitla, who felt they sold this piece as all open space. And so they came back and took almost half of what they proposed out. So it's just, again, the green area that you see is what's being asked for on the zone change. And so I just want to make you aware of that again, they took almost half of it out of their proposal, trying to meet, I guess, that halfway point on this concern. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have as it relates to this proposal and what I've shown you at this point. So.
Hey, Councilman Staley.
Yes, this may be a question for Drew or the applicant, but my question is in regards to if you look on the exhibit and you see the hashed line, that's a pretty steep slope downward. And that hashed line is the edge of the 100-year floodplain. And so my question is in regards to lots 45, 46, and 48. And I realize we're at a zone change, but we're looking at a plat map here. I'm wondering what the distance is between those lots and the 100-year flood zone to the edge of that.
We do have the applicant online. I hope that he might be prepared to be able to give you some number. So are you guys online listening? Why don't you join in, applicant?
The applicant is present.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Mark Fonger with Premier Design, and I can prepare or give you some of the distances that you've requested there, Councilman Staley. Looking at lot 45, the edge of the water or the floodplain line to the rear of the lot line is only about 20 feet, which is a 20-foot setback that we provided between the lot line and the edge of the water. However, a preliminary grading that we showed and provided you in the cross sections view for lot 45, you are going to have about 75 feet from the back of the pad to the floodplain line. That's for lot 45. For 46, there's again the 20-foot setback, and then there will be approximately 60 feet from the back of the pad. So that'd be the top of the slope of the back of the pad to the 100-year floodplain line. Was it 48 was the other one that you asked for?
That's correct.
So 48 is a little tighter. It's about 20 feet again from the floodplain line to the lot line. But the new lot line that we've proposed is about, and I'm pulling these off a 50-foot grid, so they're approximates, but it's going to be about 50 feet. Now, the unique item that I want to talk about for lot 46 and 48 is that's actually an existing rock outcropping that we do not propose to disturb. And so that rock outcropping is near vertical, and that's why you see those lines are so steep right there between the floodplain line on 48 and the floodplain line on 46.
I appreciate that. I am familiar with that. I drove out there again today and took a look at it. My follow-up question or comment has to do with potentially your next phase of bringing this back for a preliminary plat approval. And I'm wondering how comfortable you would be with a 50-foot setback as a no-build zone from the 100-year floodplain, realizing that potentially would move back some of the retaining walls that you would build on those lots, specifically 45, 46, and 48.
So you want a no-build zone, not just for no houses, but no disturbance? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, the concern that I have from history is obviously there's a maintenance issue there if that basin ever needs to be maintained. There's also a safety issue. You know, I remember years ago when the Santa Clara flooded, and I watched homes that were close to what often was a low or near dry creek bed. I watched some of them fall into the river, And so I'm looking at this from maybe that standpoint is a safety standpoint of wondering if staying at least 50 foot from that 100-year floodplain edge, if possible. But I'm talking to you as the engineer on the project.
Yeah, so Councilman Staley, I appreciate that input. I was actually on the banks of the Santa Clara River in those days as an engineer / contractor, and watched some of those homes fall in as well, and had actually had nightmares about it for a long time because I designed a lot of projects along the Santa Clara River. Fortunately, none of my projects were impacted that. However, this is considerably different than the Santa Clara. One, the 100-year flood is about 1/4 the 100-year on the Santa Clara. The Santa Clara's 100-year is close to 10,000 cubic feet per second. This one is 2,500 cubic feet per second. The counsel that you're giving is actually very on point, that there needs to be some setback there. However, with the existing rock outcropping, that is really the best erosion protection that you can have. It's better than riprap. It's better than any of the riprap that was installed by the NRCS along the Virgin or the Santa Clara.
So how
what I
much
would
of that
ask
would be disturbed
is
then? I guess is where I'm going with this. How much would you build, or are you not planning on building? Or
we're not planning to build all the way back to the lot line. If you look at the cross sections, you can show where you can see what we're planning to build there. So I would say focus on 46 there, Drew. If you could zoom up on 46.
Is this the current one, by the way? Because I have both of them on here. Do I need to go to the other one, or is this the one
Yeah,
is this the most updated one right now?
that's the one. That's the most updated one. So 46 there. We've shown two concepts on that drawing. One is the previous concept where we had a walkout basement there on lot 46. And so we had a little bit lower fills, I guess, that would be above that rock outcropping. And then we've showed a revised and updated, trying to accommodate some of the fill that already exists on that site. So we've showed filling that up all the way. But you can see that it's pretty close. We plan to tow out pretty close to the top of that rock outcropping in this concept. And I'm really not prepared to say, well, give me just a minute. We've got about 150 foot depth there. We could probably pull off that line another 20 or 25 feet, but getting 50 feet off that line would really impact the ability to build a home on that lot 46. So we're certainly willing to give up some space there, Councilman Stady, but I don't know if we can give you the full 50 feet on both those lots, 46 and 48.
Any further questions, Councilman Staley?
no, not on this particular topic.
Thank you. Councilman Ivy.
Yes, this question is for Drew. Drew, of the green area that's shown on the map, what part of that was the property in question that was purchased from Sitla for the purpose of open space?
Actually, everything within this area was purchased from Sitla. That's why they have to do the change. Because, I'm going to draw the line and just let you know what they previously owned was here. And then all of this area that you see either green or gray is what they purchased from Sitla. Does that help? Does that answer your question? That's basically what zone change is about. Yeah.
It does. I was just trying to do the math. In the gray area, it's 7.67 acres, and the green is 2.27. That equals almost 10 acres, but yet the purchase agreement with Sitla was almost 11.6. So I was just trying to make sense of that. So the red line that you're...
Yeah, I'll let the applicant answer where the other acreage might be if it's to the south or something, but go ahead,
Okay.
Mark.
Boy, I don't know the answer to that right off
This is
with the
Eric.
information
Mark.
I have in front of me. Go ahead, Eric. Thank you.
It actually includes
It's actually
the
used in
retention
the
pond.
south end for a retention pond for phase 2. The difference in area has already been broken off on the phase 2 part of this.
Oh, so it's south of this property. That's right. So it was used as a detention basin and is open space for phase 2. It's not included in the parcel that we are showing here.
And you would agree as the owner that this area that Drew outlined was the property that you purchased from Sitla? And in your emails, it indicated that you were purchasing for the purpose of open space. Is that correct?
Yes.
But this isn't open space, is it?
Well, the area that's not
It's a
green
mixed
will-
use, which is similar. That's right. The area that's gray will remain open space. The area that's green, we're proposing to be R110. The previous approved zone change on this was a very similar concept where it had open space along the wash and had homes up on the flatter area, similar to what we show here.
So the square footage on the lots, like lot 41 is listed at 43,351 square feet. Is that just in the green area?
Mm-hmm.
So
that includes some area that's still up on top. The green area isn't. If you look at that lot, some of that lot is already R110.
Off that, okay.
Yeah, see where the dashed line is there. So there's a small portion that's already R110.
So 43,000, what portion of that would you say is buildable and what part is, I also went to the property and tried to identify the boundaries. It was a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to see. So once again, Drew, if you'll go to the cross sections and look at 41. See, is that the new one, Eric, or is that the old one?
It may
Can
be.
you tell by looking at it?
Let me go back then.
I'm just on the phone. I'm not seeing what he's presenting. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think I have.
Number 41, there's about 165 feet of buildable back to the property line.
Yeah. So that one shows Councilman Ivy. This one shows the area that we pulled that lot line back. So we moved the lot line back
where it used to be.
Yeah. So you can see where it shows the old lot line or the previous application, and then the new lot line. I do not know what the proposal is. The breakdown of buildable area versus non-buildable area, though.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question on that. I have others.
So we pulled it back. Probably pulled it back 40 feet, though, based on the request from Councilman Coates from last time.
Okay, Councilman Ivy, any further questions? I appreciate it.
Yes, maybe not a question, but more of a comment. I've spent more time on this agenda item than any other on our council meeting. And I've reread the emails time and time again, trying to find a passageway to feel good about approving this. But my personal feelings on this is that as a councilman, I have a fiduciary responsibility for both the legal and the ethical ramifications. And it's clear to me that the purchase, as stated, was for drainage and open space. And I see no reason to vary from that original intended use. But I see many reasons to deny the request with the change to, and give them the charge to go back and talk to Sitla and figure it out, because it's clear to me that the original intent was not to be built on or to be used for development, but for drainage and for open space.
Councilman Ivy, I would ask that you look at the original PD zone change. I don't know if you have access to that or have had access to that, but Sitla was on board, or at least we received no negative comments from Sitla on that original proposal when we were changing it to a PD zone, and it contained homes in almost the exact same locations that we have here.
With that being said, I would like to also voice a second voice of support to Councilman Ivy. I took my time to discuss this a lot with Sitla, went through and read the emails and researched this out. And I am following more of the same concern as Councilman Ivy, that though this may be legal and within your pursuit, I am concerned about the ethical approach which it's been taken. I was able to discuss with Sitla their point of view and how they saw this to be. And I am concerned about the open space and the drainage being considered at this part when it was discussed about and abandoned before the purchase. So I am concerned that this would no longer serve its purpose in the development that you agreed to do at the beginning of this purchase, to offer open space and drainage opportunities, both which are vital to our community and within the agreements that you originally set forth. And so I am leaning more towards Councilman Ivy and his concerns. That being said, Councilman Coates, concerns or questions to bring forth at this time?
I kind of have a question for Drew. Our general plan states that it's a open space. Seems like we skipped a step here and went right past our general plan. And so,
well, we didn't skip a step because, again, we went through the PUD last time, and again, general plan lines. Yeah, we could have been right specific about it, and but again, our general plan lines say they can be, close. They're not exact. They don't have legal descriptions on them. The only reason I moved this forward because we accepted a PUD a couple of years ago.
Okay, so that's good enough clarification for me, Drew. I just wanted to clarify the reasoning why we didn't do the general plan. I also look at it as it is our general plan and it should be open space. So.
Thank you. Councilman Ivy, further questions or comments?
No more, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Coates, any further questions or comments?
No.
Okay. That being said, any further questions or comments from the council on this issue at this time? Any final remarks?
Yeah, just one other. So the applicant made a reference to, it sounded like a previous ruling being very similar to this as far as the layout. I'm not. I apologize for the exact wording there, but I wasn't following what he was referring to by that.
Would the applicant clarify?
So, absolutely. So, I don't remember, but a number of years ago, we had a PUD residential project. The zone change was approved, even though there was considerable consternation by the city council, city, and the neighbors regarding the density of that project. It matched the project to the west in density. But it didn't match the project.
It was
to
primarily
the south,
a density issue, not butting up to a drainage issue. Then it was calculated. There was open space shown on the drainage. But what I'm saying is that the location of the homes in that PD zoning virtually match the location of the homes in this application. Now there were more homes, so they don't exactly match, but the location of that street that we show is relatively unchanged from the original application. So there were still homes proposed to be located on the space that was purchased from Sitla. And we received no negative comments from Sitla at that time. So it just seems odd to me that all of a sudden now we're being told it can only be open space, where at that point in time we had a zone change that was approved that included homes in the same area.
That was the basis of my comment.
This is Matt, the applicant, and I understand some of the comments that, and I appreciate the comments. The email that Aaron provided was provided 6 months prior to before we entered into a final real estate contract. So there was a lot of timing between that and then entering into a formal agreement. However, if there's, I understand the ethical issue where there's the email that was sent where I said that was my intent and now I agreed, and then that never made it into the final contract. So if there's an ethical issue here, I would just as soon just go work with Sitla. If Sitla said they're not opposed to this, they just felt like Aaron's position was that there should be some additional compensation. I am fine going back to Sitla and working that out if the council feels that there's an ethical issue or there's some misrepresentation by me. I'd rather protect my good name and make sure and assuage their concerns with Sitla, be the good neighbor, and make sure that I'm making right on that, because I don't want to be this perceived that I'm crossing any ethical boundaries.
Thank you. Councilman
Well,
Coates.
frankly, I don't think there are ethical boundaries. Sorry, I was going to speak.
Okay, go ahead. That's
I don't
fine.
think there are. This is Matt's attorney or Matt's engineer. I'm not an attorney. Sorry, Jeff. I don't mean to step on your toes there, but frankly, there aren't ethical issues. It may be construed that it was intended to be for drainage and open space. At that point in time, he was going for a PUD, and he needed some open space, and so he purchased this ground. Well, he purchased this ground, and during the development of the property, something changed. And the change was that he didn't feel good about putting all that number of homes up there. And so he's reduced the number of homes. Everything to the west and south is R110. He's got the opportunity to put a few more really nice lots in here. And the agreement that he signed and that Sitla signed and approved says that there is no limitation on what that property can be used for. So to say that it's an ethical issue, I think misrepresents the fact that there is a document, a contract that has been signed by Matt and by Sitla that says there are no other agreements in place. And so, I mean, I'll allow Matt to make, obviously it's his property. He's going to make the final say. But to say there's an ethical issue here, I think that what I'm concerned about is that Sitla signed an agreement that they now feel they can get some more money. And so they're coming back to squeeze Matt. Is that ethical? So here we have an agreement, a contract to sell a property without any requirements. The property was sold, and now Matt's trying to develop it, and he's getting pushback. And so I just would appreciate the council to look at that.
I appreciate that, Mark, but just as deference, I understand how this kind of, I'm being, I want to be sensitive. I think I have reached out to Sitla, and I have been in the process of trying to set up a meeting. It's just with the COVID-19, it's been difficult. And if this is a concern, I mean, I think it would create a delay. But I definitely can meet with Sitla and make sure that they feel good about it, and everybody feels good about it. And if ultimately, they feel like there needs to be additional compensation or something like that, I'm definitely open to looking into that. The appraisal on the property, I did do appraisal. The appraisal came in, I think, on the property at around $50,000. I did end up paying $200,000 for the property, so I paid above appraised value. But I'm fine to sit down with them and make sure that they feel like that this ultimately wasn't a deal, wasn't a bad deal for them, and make sure that their concerns are assuaged. I'd like to be the good neighbor. So, I'm definitely open up. We want to continue this and work on that, meeting with them and making sure that I'm being the good neighbor.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councilman Coates.
I just want to be fair to the emails I read from Sitla. Every single one of them not mentioned money once. It always mentioned that their intent was open space. I just want to mention that because that they're not here to represent themselves. And reading those emails, they never talked once about additional funds. They talked about they intended it to be open space. So just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, that being said, are there any more concerns or questions for the applicant from the council? That being said, council applicant, thank you much for your input and wording on this. We appreciate you being present. Council, this time I'd like to entertain a motion. Councilman Ivy, it appears you have a question.
Well, just to clarify, in the January 10th email, it just refers that this purchase of ground will be set aside for open space. We are hopeful that you and Kyle can approve the purchase at a reasonable price for open space. So that's the only reference that I found. I do understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ivy. Is there any more discussion from the council at this time? Seeing that there is none.
I have one more point.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I would say, Mayor Pro Tem, is there any other issue besides the issue at Sitla as far as the layout, the proximity to the wash that needs to be resolved? Is this something?
My feeling on this is due to the emails, it appears my only concern is its designated original use to move the negotiation forward for the original purpose, is that this was to use for drainage and for open space. That is mine. That being said, I have other councilmen willing to weigh in. Councilman Staley, I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have just a little bit different take on this one. I appreciate the concerns, but I think within our scope as the council, I think we've got to be careful not to try to get involved in a property transaction that preceded what's being presented to us. You know, my only concerns were really the floodplain. I like what the applicant's done. I think legally he has a right to apply for this, and I don't really see a lot of basis for us to deny it based on our general plan. It's a conforming application. So while, you know, I would just not make any judgments one way or another between the developer and the seller of the property, but to answer the applicant's question, is all of that aside of what happened before it came to the council, I could approve this based on what I'm seeing.
Councilman Staley, thank you much for your words. Councilman Ivy, did you have further questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. That being said, we appreciate the conversation that's been held related to this item. I would like to entertain a motion at this time if the council has one. Councilman Staley.
So I will just make a motion to bring this to a head, and I'm happy to hear how each of you vote. But I will just make the motion that we approve an ordinance to adopt zone change request Z-20-04, a request from open space to residential single family, 10,000 square foot lots, minimum R110, located east of Washington Vista, phase 3A and 3B.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second? There is a motion on the table. Is there anyone willing to second the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Seeing that there's nobody
I'm fine
willing.
letting that motion die. I'm really just trying to gauge the temperature of the council on this one. And it seems that the lack of a second gauges the temperature. I'm okay. I don't have a real strong opinion on this one, but I was trying to figure out kind of where everyone is. So I'm okay to let that motion die.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Staley, seeing that there is no second, the motion dies. I'm willing to entertain another motion related to this item.
Would we be able to table this and give the opportunity to the owner to continue working with Sitla to try to resolve this issue?
You know, I appreciate you offering your conversation at this time, applicant, but at this time, we're kind of debating with information that we have. I appreciate your conversation, but we're at a point of a motion now. So That's up to the council.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy.
I think that suggestion is warranted. I would personally appreciate the applicants reaching back, and I don't know that it's a issue of money. If it is, then I appreciate the applicants' willingness to make that right, and I'm sure that they can work out the details. And when they bring this back, I would gladly vote in favor of it. My only other concern than the emails that we received is the idea of open space. I feel like that's something that, with our general plan, that's what it was designated as, and I would just need to take a better look at that. But I do appreciate their willingness to reach out to Sitla.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. So noted. Are you open for making a motion at this time then?
Mayor Pro Tem, I may be willing to make a motion to table, but I'd like to hear what our city attorney has to say. Typically, when we table an item, we table it to a specific date.
Correct. Okay, Attorney Starks, if you could help us out here. We're wondering, in this particular item, relative to a tabling motion, can you give us some counsel?
Well, in relative to the tabling of it, I agree absolutely that because citizens are looking to see what the council's decision would be at this particular meeting specifically. If we continue it, I'd like it to be continued at a specific date for the next city council meeting or whichever we choose, so that citizens who want to observe it can, even though it's not going to be a public meeting, a public hearing, they should be able to. I would like to just make a comment to Councilman Staley's comments about potentially making legal determinations about disputes, especially in land dispute issues. And let me just say this, I support Council Staley's comments that not only are we not the judicial system, we're the legislature in determining these things. And if I'm using the council to try to, wield influence about lobbying to which one has a greater legal argument or not, I like when the council avoids that, just because you're policy decision makers. Let our judges make the other ones, and especially how detailed and intricate real estate discussions and agreements can be. So just bear that in mind. I certainly I just think it puts unnecessary weight on council's shoulders for something you weren't elected for, and I think it's unfair for you guys, to be honest with you. But if you continue it to a certain date.
Thank you. Appreciate the counsel, Starkey. Councilman Coates, further questions or comments?
Just a comment is that I feel like it should be open space because it was designated open space, or general plan says open space. And that's how I feel. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we deny application 6B with the consideration to approve, but I'm recommending we deny based on the fact that our general plan calls it out as open space, and it should continue as open space.
I have a motion. Are there further discussion from the council? Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Councilman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Councilman Staley.
Nay.
Councilman Ward.
Can you read me back the motion again?
Councilman Coates, could you clarify your motion? Read it back.
My motion is to deny because our general plan designates that it's open space.
That is a motion.
Yeah, and
for Councilman Ward, further comment?
Yeah, I think we've kind of gotten a little bit too far afield on this with some of the he said, she said stuff, but I think some of the washes up to that area are extremely beautiful. They're a benefit to the residents of the city. I don't think we need to right up on top of every single wash and every single place we got. I sustain the motion. Ward, aye.
Within that, Councilman Ward, I'd like to go with the same reasoning. I know some of my comments may have put any type of a misrepresentation to the client, to that I apologize. My concern is to fall within our general plan and stick with the open space with what's been voted on. I do like the idea of having open space and the beauty within our community. I think is a good planning and well thought out to keep that as open space. So for that, I vote in favor as well. Aye.
And I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, that the open space is the is my reason also. Thank you.
With that, the motion passes 4-1. All right. I'm all nervous I'm going to say this wrong.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem, may I just ask a quick question?
Please, Councilman Staley.
That took a left turn really quick on the open space issue, right? I'm just asking if possibly Drew could explain the open space issue. You know, are we talking open space like this in our general plan is designed to be beautiful? Because I think it is beautiful. I think it's fantastic. I've been there. It's a beautiful wash. I am all about keeping open space, but for my personal clarification is this open space like view open space, or are we talking open space like down on the prior item 6A, where we're talking the fact that it's just not zoned yet?
Well, this one's going to be unique, Councilman. I'll just try to answer because, again, this was Sitla property. All the property that Sitla owned at any given time before it gets zoned, they wanted it all left open space, and they would determine it as need came. Now, again, we do keep open space around certain topographical areas. You know, if the slopes are so great, we want to keep them open space. If certain, you know, of course, rivers, we want to keep open space. Washes could fall in between, could fall into that or not, because again, a wash is used somewhat, but washes can be altered, and water can be taken a different direction as well if needed, depending on the use of the land or the best use, as we've talked about in years, you know, past. So this particular piece, I would say, was probably given open space because Sitla owned it and wanted to leave it open space, you know, for maybe designs that they had at a future date.
Hey, Drew, can you
maybe as an open space area?
Can you pull up the Washington City GIS and show? I mean, it's already done and we should be moving on, but just so you know, looking at the open space, Sitla had the master plan and it shows it all as open space. So if you pull up the
and while you're
plan.
pulling that up, Drew, if I might just jump in the conversation again here. I think at this point, based on the things I'm hearing, if it's confusing at times for a council member who's been a planning commissioner, as myself, to understand what is really open space and what's really not, I can imagine how confusing it is for residents. So I would really appreciate this coming back through the planning commission and looking at how do we better define what is open space to protect the beauty of the land and what is open space because it just has no zoning. Because in this particular case, if this is open space to protect the beauty of the land, then I understand exactly, you know, where this motion is coming from and would typically support that. So that's something that I think we ought to address.
Is that showing up for you, gentlemen? Do you see the general plan on your screens?
Yes.
Gentlemen.
Okay. I've highlighted in the of course, with red, and again, going with Sitla because they had a property line over here that they owned. And because they probably thought, well, to get across the wash, it would cost a lot. So they probably left it open space for that purpose. I'm just saying if I'm a designer, I'm thinking, well, it'd be hard for me, even though this area might be able to be used. And again, I don't want to speak exactly for them, but I could see why they would, in there, you know, they're the ones who did this low density right here. And then they probably, because they do have this wash running through here, they probably thought, well, it's going to be hard to get over there. We won't do anything with that land right now. We'll throw it in the open space area because that's what Sitla does, as we've seen with Coral Canyon, as we've seen with Sienna Hills. You know, the projects they've done, they like to leave those corridors open. So I could see, you know, that might be one of the justifications why this Sitla left it when they owned it as open space.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellerman.
So I actually just want to jump on that real quick one more time. Drew, if that's the case, and the general plan and the intention of it by the way that it was general planned, I would very much appreciate staff not bringing forward a recommendation for approval with something like that. I just need that to be on the record. That puts us in a tough spot, because typically if you're recommending something, then we should have confidence that it's conforming. And that brings doubt in my mind that this was a conforming subdivision, or a conforming zone change rather.
No, and I appreciate that, and I do apologize for that on that. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, as the applicant, we'd like to say one more thing.
Sure, applicant, feel free to speak at this time.
First off, if we had known that we needed to modify or apply for a modification of the open space in the general plan, we would have done that, and that would have been concurrent, similar to the previous zone change that you just allowed and passed a PD zone without a layout. I'd also like to point out that on the screen there, you have open space shown to the left in the adjacent development. It is not open space. It's part of a PD zoning, and it has roads and lots and grading in it. So these lines, as far as what's open space and what isn't, it's not exact. And this property is developable. Obviously, we've shown you the layout that it works. It was approved previously under another zoning concept. And so to have these prescribed lines, if that's the way it's going to be, then, certainly we could have come in with a different application.
That being said, we appreciate your comments. Councilman Ivey, is there any further comments from you?
Yes, I was just going to ask Drew, and we've talked about this before, is there another term that would better identify open space when it's just hasn't been zoned yet? I mean, there's intended open space that we want to leave open space for the purpose of open space, but then is there another term that might be better suited to identify an area that could be changed and zoned with not the intent of keeping open space?
yeah, let me see if I can actually find this on this map, because we kind of went through some of this when we did the general plan amendment not too long ago. And I don't know if this map will particularly have it. But we had a category, and I don't know if it's, let me see if we can find one. But again, I'm not going to make any promises on this particular map. There we go. So you have this area here.
Not yet developed.
Let me get this pencil. So you see that NYD? When we were redoing the general plan a couple of years ago and updated it, we wanted to hit this map, and we didn't have a lot of time, but we went as quick as we could because of open houses, public hearings, et cetera, try to get this kind of put in. We came up with this particular designation of NYD, not yet determined. So it's an open space category, but we put on there not yet determined. Now, it sounds like what I'm hearing from the council would be best if maybe, staff and the planning commission went back and did a more in-depth study based on, topo maps, all kinds of other categories to get very specific on areas. And then we're going to hit, and again, proposed by the planning commission, accepted by the city council, to maybe adopt a general plan land use map update that gets very specific on what we all feel is going to be open space. And that's going to be a harder one to get changed. Not that I don't want to say you should never change it, but maybe we could get a map that's more detailed on not yet determined versus more hard. We really don't want to turn this open space into something else. And I don't know how the council feels about that, but that's what I would suggest at this point, is that we do something like that.
My concern with that, Drew, I really appreciate you being willing to go to that depth, is I feel like we've had significant concerns on that very nature. What truly is not yet determined and what is. And I think it'd be beneficial because both developers and our applicants, for people who want to live here, look at this map and put a lot of their investment and their decision-making based on there being open space and an NYD. I think that would be more beneficial to parties that are investing their livelihood and their lives here And so the sooner we can do that, the happier, in my opinion. I would really appreciate that designation where it's necessary. Seeing that there's not really any further comments, I'll ask council, are we ready to move on from this? If we are, great. If not, any last comments from council? Seeing that there are no comments, let's go ahead and move on to our next awesome conversation. If I have this right, I'm afraid I'll say the wrong one. I believe we're on item 6C, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Item 6C, consideration to approve an ordinance amending the general plan G-20-03, requesting the change the land use designation from low density to open space to medium density MD and plan unit development, residential PUD-R. The property is located approximately at 4300 South, 700 East, applicant Bob Hermanson.
Hey, thank you. That's again, this applicant is seeking a general plan land use amendment and going from, again, the low density and some open space designation to medium density and PUD-R. Now, during the 2-week period, the applicant took into consideration the comments from the public hearing. They are now bringing you a new exhibit that you see on your screen. And let me get my drawing pencil here so we can work this out. This area over here, they are now proposing to leave it low density, which is what it currently is. They're now taking this purple area and asking that to be the medium density. And then they have, of course, the PUD-R for the multifamily stuff over in this area here. So the acreage has changed. They went, the original proposal had 25.5 acres of PUD-R, and then they had the medium density residential of 65.73 acres. The proposal they're throwing to you now in this new exhibit is leaving low density 21.67 acres, proposing a change for medium density of 43.36 acres, and then the PUD-R comes in at 26.28 acres. And so that's the new exhibit they want to propose to you. Again, I want to remind you what the Planning Commission sent you was a unanimous recommendation of approval of G-20-03 for the previous, of course, exhibits. But again, they've updated and proposed this to the City Council after your public hearing. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions. Again, your 2-week holdover is completed. And what can I help you with?
Are there any questions for Drew or the applicant at this time? Our applicant, Bob Hermanson, is on the line. So council at this time, if you have any questions, please direct to either Drew or to Bob Hermanson. Councilman Coates.
Yes, my question is for the applicant, Bob. Bob, I really like the layout that's been updated here. I think it conforms. My one concern is that just the hillside area being zoned, I'd like to see it more just zoned as open space on the hillside area. And I know we can get into it a little bit, and I know you're not to that design point. I'm just a little concerned about going all the way up to the top of the property for a zoning.
Yeah, Councilman Craig, that's a great comment. Sorry, Councilman Coates, sorry about that.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate your time and the comment. Yeah, and I'm sorry, we did talk about that in our previous discussions. And the PUD-R, again, the only intent was just because this is part of that PUD-R being a PD in that area. Again, we have no intent of cutting into that hillside. I understand your comment. And I'm not, my intent was to fully address it in the zoning as you're referring to. Anyways, that's what I'm thinking you're referring to, is that we would to do that in the zoning, which is my intent. And so we'd like to proceed the way that it is, but it's up to a discussion. But I would rather have it the way that it is now.
Well, the only reason why I bring it up is we've just had a lot of discussion the past couple items on open space and being on the general plan. And I just want to be consistent and to keep it open space through the areas we know that can't be developed, because I'm assuming that's a 40+ slope. I mean, I haven't seen a slope analysis map on this, but anything that is undevelopable, I'd like to just designate as open space, even if it becomes a property lot for drainage reasons. But it still can be zoned as open space for the back of their lot. Drew, can we do that? Have split zones on a lot or no?
Yes, you can. You can have multiple zones on a parcel.
So that's just what I'd like to see, is that anything that's totally undevelopable be zoned as open space, mostly in the medium density. In the PUDR, I know there's a little more leeway and we can look at that. And I know it comes into how we do our densities. And so I can understand trying to keep that as part of it. But in the medium density residential, I'd like to see that one specifically as open space, but I'd really like to see them all. That's just my comments.
Thank you, Councilman Coates.
Craig, maybe.
Go ahead, applicant.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and speak, applicant. The floor is yours.
I apologize again. Just to be very clear, in the medium density residential, that line that is there, that is on the toe of the slope already, that you can see there. And then the one that you're referring to on the first side, the PUDR, that is not, that goes all the way, which does include that open space. And so the line that you're requesting for the medium density is that line that is there. And I would be happy to, add that in there to further, the slope analysis map, to add in those completely non-buildable areas, which we 100% agree with, to adjust that line just along the hillside, to leave that as open space. We have absolutely no reservation about that at all. But just to be clear, the medium density, that line that's there already is at the toe of that area. It does not include the hillside at all now, where Drew's got it on the map there in front of us.
Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry, I got thrown off by the other road. I thought that was the toe since I didn't have any contours to read. So I can see that now.
Oh, yeah.
There's another road, so it just kind of threw me off looking at the image. So, okay,
yeah.
You answered my questions.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, that being said, Councilman Ivy, further questions?
Yes, Mr. Ellerman, when you talk about multiple zones per lot, is that an overlay or is it area specific to the lot itself?
Well, zoning has a legal description to it. And so you can have, like if I had a 12-acre piece, I don't encourage this, and some cities don't allow it. Washington City's never not allowed it, that we can have two different zones on a particular property, zoning designations. But again, just in my 20+ years, I don't like it. But again, it is allowed in this city to have two different zoning districts on a particular lot.
Thank you. Just for further comment, I see no reason to amend the general plan personally. I think the general plan densities are correct the way they are. I like low density. I just think it's a better fit for families. I made a comment before that I drove around my neighborhood and adjoining neighborhoods, and the basketball courts on the bigger lots are in the yards and the ones that are smaller in the street. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because I want kids out playing. But I just think that if we keep reducing the size of lots, it will have a negative effect on our community. I realize that there's zoning to the north that has already been changed to these. I recognize that, but my preference will always be at the minimum an R110 lot.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. I would like to kind of throw an item discussion out to the council to consider. I agree on all parts that's been put out here, with the exception that this land was designated for what it would be doing before there was a school placed here. And schools have a unique jurisdiction within the influence of our community to fit within where they feel it is most helpful to the students, and which doesn't always conform with our general plan. And I took a tour of the neighboring densities to schools in our area, specifically high schools and middle schools. And when we're talking about the needs and parameters of our citizens, I have seen unique ways in which densities need to have flexibility to adjust to schools. Our schools have really unique needs in student bodies. Some of our student bodies are affluent, others are not. But since we're not really here to describe that, I do know that when we're able to offer developers more flexibility around schools, they're able to provide products that serve our low income, to survive our people that are transitory in nature, to provide income for people who are just single family, single parents dealing with multiple issues. There's a lot to consider here that we're really not considering. And I think it's kind of been thrust upon us to be a little bit more open to that concept that we do have a neighboring school that was not there when the general plan was in place. Second idea, as we're talking about such extensive acreage, I know that it is our applicant is a very credible and able applicant that will provide a wonderful, wonderful product. But as a city, we are kind of thrust in a position that whenever we have a large piece of property being developed, it is always to the benefit of both the developer and to the residents and to our city's interests as a whole to have a PUD approach to large pieces of property. That gives us the opportunity to really discuss the fit and form because not all of our properties have the same constraints. So for us to do such a large piece of property, I do not feel comfortable doing anything but a PUD commercial because it is so extensive and because there are so many factors. We have a unique road and an access to our west, to our east, and a large school influence to our west. And I just would feel better as a council if we went straight for a PUD commercial because there are some unique things that the developer could do to better merge into our communities all the way around if we took a PUD approach rather than just slivering off percentages. And those are my thoughts. Councilman Ivey.
Mayor Pro Tem, you mean PUD
I apologize,
residential?
Councilman Staley, go ahead.
You mean PUD residential?
I meant PUD residential. If I said something else, I don't always say it right. PUD residential is correct. Thank you, Councilman Staley. Councilman Ivey, did you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilor, are there further questions or Councilman Brooks?
I just want to make a comment, and I appreciate your aspect looking at that. But I also think the developer has a right to go for straight zoning, and I know it's a larger piece, it is, but just for an example, everything north is not PUD. It has a mixed use, it has a look. I live north of that. I really like the fact that there is mixed homes in it. So that's just my personal opinion. I know it's a larger piece, but it is consistent with what's north.
Well, with what's north, in all fairness, what happened is multiple developers coming in at that. They did not take all of that piece at one time and give those different uses and zonage.
I agree with you that there was two different developers, and now this is the third. If you see the map, it's in my mind, it's very similar. Just my opinion. I think it's close. I mean, I do like the PUDR. I like it. I don't think it's always appropriate. I think sometimes we should allow the developers to get the straight zoning if that's what they want. It's a larger piece. Usually they'll be more consistent homes too with a larger piece. So just my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. Councilman Staley.
Yes, in our last meeting, we talked a little bit about PUD. I happen to lean on the side of I'm okay with straight zoning, but we had talked about the 65 about acres that you are looking to change the general land use designation to medium density from existing low density. I had recommended that maybe 50 to 60% of that medium density remain low density. And looking back at the minutes, you had said 20%. I see that you're about 33%. Would you talk to how you came about with the area that you are proposing remains low density and why you didn't do more? Or are you willing to do more? Or willing to leave more as low density?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. It's a great comment and great follow up from before. And so, yes, just off the cuff in our earlier discussions in those meetings, you didn't have an answer, right? Exactly what made sense. And so going back and looking at it as you can see, is now there is 3 parcels as Drew's laid out in there, and each of those parcels have been tweaked slightly. And what I've done is I've gone back through and done just some updated concept layouts to try to see how the feathering of the zoning would work going from the area there in the low density on the west side, traveling to the east. And basically what ends up happening is I've reconfigured those layouts, and those lines are now more following roads, or potential roads in the future, lined up with the existing intersections to the north, and then also potentially what could go there in the into the parcel. And the reason that the area didn't grow, and it grew from what I thought it was going to be. I was being conservative in our conversation because I didn't know, and I said that I think you're right. I think I said 20%, but I didn't know. Ended up at I think you're right. It's 30, or maybe I think you quoted 33%. I'm not sure about that, but roughly that sounds right. Just looking at the numbers, is that just as we transition from that space, it allows 2 sets of roads in there and 2 full sets of lots roughly all the way through that area. And this is also where we have, in the concept planning, a nice park in this area as well for our big detention facility on this side of it as a buffer going into this. It's just matching, right? We're both low density on the other side of the
What side of it are you
fence. They're
talking
going
about?
toward
The medium
the
density or the existing low density when you talk about the detention basin and park?
The detention basin that I'm referring to would be in the orange, right where the low density is labeled. If you just look at the label in the middle there, it's actually right where it says low density is right where the park is. If you go to there's a big delay, I'm sorry, on YouTube, but if you pan down, going to the left or the west side of the map, yes, right where that cursor is, for me anyways. I don't know how much of a delay there is, but that is where that park is. And those lots wrap around that area in that detention facility. And then as you transition to the east and then line up with the parcels to the north, which are the medium density, the 8,000 square foot lots up there. I think I'm pretty sure, I don't want to misquote that, but I'm pretty sure they're 8s. That density translates just as we go with the north, with what I'm proposing is a future park and detention facility on the east, and the minimum of R110 lots rolling to the east and then into the PUDR and then into the commercial. That's the transition. I've broken it up based on that. And then in addition to this, you've also got low density right on the other side as well, right? I know that only a portion of it is in Washington City, but you have a strip there in Washington City, then you have the high school after that. And so that's the rhyme or reason to it, is that if you look at all aspects of it, that's where that break ended up being. It was more than I thought it was going to be. You know what I mean? If it wouldn't have been, I would have showed up with 15%, right, and had a different conversation with you. But it was more than I thought it was going to be.
Thank you. Councilman Staley, any further questions for the applicant?
Well, I actually really appreciated what Councilman Coates started off with on the hillside. I think if, and it's still an if for me, if I could approve a general plan change on this parcel that gives them certain rights to zoning, I would certainly want to see all of that hillside removed from that, so that even on any potential PUD that came forward, that's not even counted on their densities as we calculate that. So I would like to see that carved out personally, and have that clearly designated as a no build area because it's a hillside. But I still haven't made a decision on whether or not I'm going to vote for or against this, to be honest.
Thank you. Any further questions?
If I could say what?
Oh, go ahead, applicant. The floor is yours. I apologize.
No, I really apologize. I'm sorry. It's difficult to understand if I'm supposed to try to answer the question, or if there is a question. If there's any hesitation, I feel like I'm trying to answer the question. So I apologize for I'm not trying to interrupt in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to help fill in the blanks. And I'm, if I understand that correctly, from the two comments about the hillside and the PUDR, making it very clear that I would be happy to provide that space in the PUDR that's currently shown in that parcel with the slope analysis, with that no build zone to be, provided and approved to staff or whatever you would like to be removed out of there. The parcel it's an odd shape, right? And anytime you have odd shapes, density just does not work well. And so in this configuration, it's okay to pull that back on our end as well. I would be happy to do that, just to be very clear.
But are you saying, Bob, that you're saying that you'll do that now at the general plan, or are you requesting it at the zone?
If it's a hesitation, because I really don't think, I would prefer to do it at the zone, just so that I can go through it and look at it and study it. However, I have never accounted for that hillside as it is in any fashion. I was just trying to account for it on the drainage side, but it really doesn't affect the general plan or the rest of it. I was just planning to do it in the PUDR area with those, whatever that may be, whether it's small lots or townhouses or whatever it ends up being, so that area could be designated at that time in the zoning. And so I'm open to do it either way, whatever you guys would like me to do. If it's something that's a hard line in the sand to make sure that it's protected at the general plan, I would be willing to do it now as well.
Thank you very much. Councilman Staley, further comments?
Yeah, I'm probably leaning there. To me, I just, on such a big parcel, I'm just looking to protect anything that is unexpected. So that would probably be, and again, I can't commit to voting in favor, but that would certainly help in my particular case.
Thank you, Councilman Staley. Thank you, applicant. Are there any further conversations or points to consider at this time from the council? Applicant, do you have any last minute words you'd like to say? Do you have anything left to say to this council?
Just one last comment would be, I just want to be clear that the land developer, obviously, this is a large piece of property, which we all know and have reviewed and reviewed on site and looked at the maps. Just want to keep in mind that obviously this is a very long-term project, and it will be broken up into different builders and different product mixes. And I'm really trying to just touch on the different builders and the aspects to the north. This group is a land development group, right? So they're going to be developing lots and other parcels for different builders that come in here. And so I really truly believe that you're going to end up with a good mix of products, because they're not builders, right? They're not vertical builders in that respect. They're land developers. And so I think you're going to, from the comments earlier, I think you're going to end up with the products and the mix that you're looking for. In this, they have no intent, or the absorption rates make no sense to come in and build, even a small fraction of this at any given time. It's going to be chunked off like any other subdivision in any other area that you have going on in the city limits. So I just wanted to bring that up to clarify that it's not one big builder. There's not, none of those things are currently on the radar at all. And so just wanted to make that note to you.
Thank you very much, applicant. At this time, we'll turn the conversation over to the council. We'll take it from here. Council, is any further conversation to be held at this time? Seeing that there is nothing, I'd like to entertain a motion relative to the item.
I'll make a motion if I can. I'll make a motion we approve ordinance C, consideration to approve the ordinance amending the general plan G20-03, requesting to change the land use designation from low density and open space to medium density and planned unit development residential PUDR. This property is located at 4300 South and 700 East, with the conditions of the open space at the hillside be identified.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second the motion by Councilman Ward. Any further discussion? Okay, Councilman Ward,
Aye.
Councilman Ivy,
Nay.
Councilman Staley,
Nay.
Councilman Coates,
Aye.
Councilman Clough, nay. Motion fails. That being said, I would be willing to entertain another motion. Council, at this time, if possible, I'd like to entertain another motion relative to this item.
So could I speak a little bit? I'm just curious what some of the concerns are. Is it just the low density?
Fair
Not
enough,
being
Council.
enough? I'm just wondering if, just to keep the conversation going, I feel like the applicant has came in and requested medium density and heard us and said, hey, I want to give you 20. We wanted 50. He landed at 33 in the middle. He's been workable. I mean, just need some more dialogue from the council of what we're expecting, because I think he's met what we've kind of talked about moving forward. I mean, if it's just
that's a fair
whole
question, Councilman Coates. Honestly, I'm just following my gut on this one. I was hoping for a little bit more low density, a little bit more of this property to remain low density. That's kind of where I am right now. I actually really liked your comments about the hillside, and it's definitely a difficult vote, but that's where I'm feeling right now, is that I would like to see more of this piece remain low density.
All right, all participants at this time, if possible, somebody has their mic on and it's making it difficult for us to continue the conversation. Could you please check your microphones? Those who are participating, there's some background noise that's making it hard to continue the conversation.
So to keep the conversation going more, now I would ask the applicant on the very south end. I'll admit, when I first opened the map, I was wondering if we could make that low density, but then looking at the numbers, I wasn't as concerned. Is that something you're open to? Is this south end being low density as well? Just to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. And maybe, and Craig, when you say the south end, does that mean the area that's in the medium density that's near the hillside on the south portion, maybe the south, I don't know, but 20%, or I don't know who's running the map, but could somebody point just so we're all clear on what we're talking about?
I'm talking just at the south end to fit a row of lots, kind of, yeah, where you have it, Drew. Maybe you can draw a line right across there. Maybe we can fit a set of lots down there on that bottom portion. And then, I mean, we're not privy to your layout at this time. I'm just thinking of ideas to help satisfy the other council members on this area. And then the whole.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. So basically it would be feathering on the low density as well. It's not built yet, but that density play, and then it would then merging more to the north. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I think that's okay. Yeah, basically what Drew's saying right there, I think that's a great idea. I think that's okay. I think that would be in my end, a decent, a little bit more of, in that direction for you guys. If that works, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I think that would work.
Is there a
because that would probably put
in their mind? is really open to. I mean, I'd ask Councilman Staley because he had percentages and.
Yeah, I actually really like the direction you're going. I think I could support. I don't know the the area. I don't know the acreage there, but I think what I could support is coming back with. Drew, can you estimate what that area might be? Is that another 10 acres? Is that 15 acres?
I don't know if it's that much. It's just with what I've done, and again, as soon as I zoom out to try to get a perspective, the yellow kind of stays where it is, if that makes sense. Let me try something real quick. I'm going to back out and then go in and just try to get an idea. Because if this is 20 acres of low density in that area we talked about, looks like it might be a fourth to a third. So I'm thinking it's somewhere between 5 and 7 acres more is what. So that would bump that up from 21 to roughly 25 to 28. That's my guesstimation without getting real technical, if that helps.
Any further comment from the council?
Yeah, if the applicant could bring that back and bring back the hillside, I think I would be more comfortable with that. I would definitely like to see about 6 or 7 acres down in that area. The hillside accounted for. And then on the other map that you provided in our packet, the legend is just wasn't updated with the change. So it'd be great to have that legend updated and just, kind of the new. I think that's a better fit as far as the feathering goes. And I actually like straight zoning in this particular case better than PUD because we're not going to have extra cost of CC&Rs and maintenance and things like that. So I think I could be comfortable if we added 6 to 7 acres on the south end and carved out that hillside as clearly non-buildable, doesn't count for densities in whatever comes forward in future PUDs.
Okay. Councilor, are there other further questions or comments you'd like to bring forward at this time for the applicant or for other council members to move this forward? That being said, if there is a motion, I would entertain a motion from the council.
Craig, do you want to make a motion or would you like me to?
I made a motion. I was good with it. So if you want to table it, I think that's something you can move
and
for.
I appreciate.
I think we should ask the applicant if he wants to. I think we should always ask them if they want a table and relook at it, or if they want a motion. So I'd ask
Applicant, that's
Bob
a
what he
fair
would
question
request.
at this time. Would you prefer the council to make a motion at this time, or would you prefer to table this and address the issues brought up by the council in this meeting?
I appreciate the discussion and going through there. I think that something could be worked out with the additional. I think the conversation is around 5 acres, right? Something like that to add into the low density with a transitional area from the south end along the, and then basically that box that is on the screen there in yellow. And the hillside is no problem. The other thought that I'm thinking of is maybe instead of the initial thought of just having the rectangle down there on the south end as that parcel may work fine. Another thought is that maybe it wraps in more of an L-shaped or laid back L and kind of goes up along along the hillside, meaning northeast along that toe, and wraps up there and kind of takes advantage of those larger lots along that hillside as well. I'm happy to do both of those things. My thought process is, if that's what it is, I'm happy to comply with the 5 acres and then adding that other section into the hillside in the PUDR to be removed. My thought process is, if that's the case, is that something that is a staff level approval? If it's just the 2 items, I'm happy to do the 5 acres and no problem, and pull that the other portion that we're referring to in the hillside is actually, Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's already designated in your map. I could easily just, per Craig's request, do the hillside analysis and just show that where it's at and pull it out. I'm just trying to think through it. It seems pretty simple if that's all there is, the two items on my end anyways.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the applicant in the fact that we've got we have a couple issues. If we can agree on the amount of acreage additional and then approve it in the general plan, but they'll be coming back for a zoning and we'll see it at the zoning at that point. So, I mean, to move forward, I mean, it is kind of, we got to, I don't know, kind of backtracking now that I just said that, thinking, well, what if we change our mind on how that lays out in that bottom corner? But I agree on the hillside. I think you just leave it as it's shown on that general plan.
Yeah, I would agree as well. Yeah, my comment is, I think you hit it right on the head. Is that the layout may be just a different shape, but if we're talking about that 5 acres gets us to the ratio that we're looking at and we're buffering the way we want to, I'm just saying that having a little bit of freedom there to put the larger lots where they probably ought to go when we actually look at it is all I'm saying is that it's very similar to what Drew's got drafted there. The shape may end up being slightly different than the first option, right? And that's all I'm referring to is just that. It's just it needs to be that a minimum of 5 acres, and
Drew's
that's where
written
it's
6
at.
to 7
I don't know
acres.
if
You can't see it on the YouTube. Drew, can you move your screen a little bit?
Oh.
He's written 6 to 7 acres on the map.
Okay. Oh.
So
I think I see something there, but okay.
There, look now, Bob.
Oh, sorry, there's a delay. There it goes. It's starting to. Oh,
Yeah,
it looks like
it's
you've written
right
on the.
where
I
the-
see it. I understand what you're saying.
There's some writing over it, so it's hard to see.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, though. I see it now. I see it through the text. It's okay. So, I mean, it's just okay. Yeah, I'm just looking for whatever that number is. If that works for you guys, we could provide that. If that's that 6 to 7, then so be it. I just have to dive into it and then come back and provide that to Drew and pull out that other open space, which I wasn't counting anyways. So I'm happy to do that. Excuse me.
No problem. My biggest concern is with the open space as well. I feel that plays so much into us furthering whoever develops that, setting that and determining that now is crucial for me. So that would be definitely one of my number one concerns. Well, great. Well, applicant, thank you so much for your wording. Council, has that clarified any of your concerns? Are there further things to discuss? If not,
so I just got a question for Councilman Staley.
Okay.
Is there a percentage in your mind that it should be? Because I did the quick math and I could be totally wrong because I can't see the numbers as well as I'd like, but adding 6 acres is about 25% to the low density. Is that what you're getting?
I think it's closer, Councilman, and I think it's just better. I mean, I like where that additional low density remains. I like that. I'm not thrilled with really any medium density, but I understand. I'm trying to strike a balance between, my thoughts and the applicant here, what they're trying to do. So I feel like this is a good faith effort by the applicant to compromise. And I really like protecting that hillside open space, not including that as part of the densities for anything that goes in their future. My question at this point is really, does the applicant bring it back to us in 2 weeks, or do they just coordinate with staff? And if it's the latter, I'm just thinking, how do we make that motion?
Yeah, and I hear you, and I like to always see it too. But the more I've been thinking about it, is I wonder, as long as it's connected to the low density adjacent to it, and the percentage is comfortable with the council, that we just say we recommend approval based on the land density being along that west side and south boundary, up to 25 or 26% of the difference between medium and low density. Does that make sense? Because then we can give staff and the developer a chance to look at and review it and not hold them up on this. Because I think our issue is, hey, we want to make sure there's enough low density. We want to protect the adjacent boundaries at the same aspect. And if we can just get a number and then staff can work it out with the developer where that line ends up, as long as it's along the entire west edge and the entire south boundary.
Councilman Ivy, you have a question or a comment at this time? Councilman Ivy?
There we go. Thank you. I think personally, I'd like to see this come back just simply because it does involve such a large amount of property. And, you know, Bob, I really appreciate the way you've presented this and your willingness to work with us. Of course, my concerns is the medium density, the PUD residential. I'm great with low density, of course, but I've expressed my concerns. Probably for me to feel good about approving it, I would like to cut into the medium density. I don't know that I could put a number on it other than that I know that you'll do your best, and I appreciate the way you've shared the information.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. I agree with that as well. I would feel more comfortable having this come back to us. I know that it's been a little bit lengthy in our process and scrutiny of what the developer has put before us. But I would like to see these actually removed and not put this on to the burden of the staff to reevaluate. I think it'd be beneficial for us as a council to know that what we brought up today has been addressed. Councilman Staley and Councilman Coase have given great direction on this, and I think it'd be beneficial for us to see this as a council before it moves forward. Those are my thoughts.
Bob, how would you feel about tabling this for 2 weeks and bringing it back again?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I understand your situation and your thought process. I'm happy to just do the changes that we're talking about and just get it back to you. You know what I mean? And then we can re-review or basically just confirm what we're all thinking in our minds, like, and then we see it on paper and see where that is, and remove the hillside, and then add this, whatever it ends up being, the 6 or 7 acres along the south and along the toe of that ridge line running up that direction. I'm happy to do that. If that's what you guys would like to do and feel good about it, then I'm fine to do that.
That being said, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Motion that we table for 2 weeks, item 6C. Just table it for 2 weeks.
Okay.
That would be the May 27th meeting.
May 27th.
Great. I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to table this particular item to the May 27th meeting. Any further discussion? Okay. Councilman Ward.
Aye.
Councilman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilman Staley.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
I'll say aye because the applicant requested it.
And Clough, aye. Thank you so much. This has been a unique discussion. I appreciate the council in making this a good positive thing for the developer and for the council. That being said, let's move on to item 7, agreements. Item 7A, consideration to approve an interlocal agreement between Washington County, Utah and the City of Washington for the distribution of Washington County tourism tax revenues. Leisure Services Director Barry Blake.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I put in your packet the agreement along the previous easement that we received. That is now, you agreed on, it's been over a month ago now. That's been recorded, so we have that. And then in that executive summary, it makes the recommendation that we approve this agreement with Washington County Tourism Board for $50,000 funding to go toward this project. Does anybody have any questions on this?
Council, any questions for Leisure Services Director Barry Blake? Councilman Staley.
Yeah, I more have a comment. I just really appreciate your work on this, Barry. This is a great thing you've done here in reaching out to the county and partnering on this trailhead. And I just think it's going to be fantastic. So I just appreciate your work on this and partnering the way you have and working with the Washington County Tourism Board.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We've also applied for state money for $100,000. We haven't heard back from that yet. So if we're able to get that, it'll save us more money.
Wow. And I'd like to second that with Councilman Staley. This is really great and innovative on your part for the benefit of our community. Thanks for partnering with things that serve our citizens better. Appreciate you looking into that. Are there any further comments or questions from the council relative to item 7A? If there are none, I would entertain a motion at this time. Councilman Ivey.
Yes, I'll make that motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve an interlocal agreement with Washington County, Utah, and the City of Washington for the distribution of Washington County tourism tax revenue in the amount of $50,000.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? At this time, we'll call for a roll call vote. Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Councilman Staley.
Aye.
Councilman Ivey.
Aye.
Councilman Ward.
Aye.
Councilman Clough. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 7B, consideration to approve an interlocal agreement for a shared fire apparatus between Hurricane Valley Fire Special Services District and Washington City. Fire Chief Matt Evans.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thanks for a few minutes to bring a non-open space issue before you tonight.
Thank you. Glad to have you.
We obviously we put a summary and some information in your packet. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Council, are there any questions for item 7B? Councilman Ivey. Okay, sorry, I apologize. Your hand was up. Councilman Staley.
Okay, Chief Evans, I was really excited when I saw this because our capital projects plan didn't show a ladder truck for a few years. So could you give us a little background? And then I have just some questions on a few particulars.
Yeah, part of the reason that it's a few years out is really funding, and to be able to free up some of that. It is eligible for impact fees, but we're currently using those. This opportunity, of course, gets us a ladder truck, but we're only paying half the price. And so we were able to set some money aside last year, and we would actually be able to make that payment between now and then to fill that gap even, and probably even farther, depending upon how we decide to finance it.
So it looks like the table that was provided in our packet, it looks like it's a 10-year term, but it starts in the 2023 budget. Is that because Hurricane Valley isn't quite ready, or we're not quite ready, or does it just take that long to order and procure a ladder truck like this?
Yeah, we're guessing that it'll just take us that long by the time we order it. So obviously we need to still design it, get it out to bid, and then get it manufactured, and then actually take delivery of it for that payment. So we're guessing that would be in that budget year is where that first would come out. The 10-year and the 15, those at the end of the day, we'll come back to you with those hard numbers. We're just trying to give you an idea as far as how that would break down and what some of the costs might be. We would expect it to last about 15 years before it would need to be replaced, and that's why we would look at financing somewhere in that ballgame.
Now, I'm assuming this, where it's a shared apparatus, and there will be an interlocal agreement again with Hurricane Valley, I'm assuming that it's going to be garaged in Coral Canyon. Does that make sense for us for response times and for the coverage? Were there any studies done on that, or Or is it, hey, this is a great spot and it's going to work for us?
It's kind of everywhere in between, and it is
Okay.
it's a pretty large hole. When we look at some of those resources around the county, and look at it in a bigger picture, that we have a pretty good hole right there. We have some great neighbors on both sides of us, and that it does fill the hole and fill that gap really well. It is pretty nice as well. Obviously, a pretty significant purchase for a truck, so to speak. And so it is kind of a bonus to only have to pay half the price of it, but yet really get the full credit.
And last question I have, I apologize for kind of dominating the mic here for a minute, but so this item on the agenda is to approve an interlocal agreement. I didn't see that agreement. Is that agreement yet to be made, or are we just approving the agreement in the same fashion as the fire station there?
The agreement should have been in your packet. It was in there when I checked. It is actually, so on both parts of that are correct. It was the interlocal for the station was really the basis for it. So we used the same language, and then just changed it to fit an apparatus as opposed to a station and property, things of that nature. But it really is worded the same.
I see it now. I'm sorry, I missed that. I saw your executive summary and the loan schedule, but I missed I see that now. Thank you, Chief.
No problem. Thank
Councilman
you.
Ivey, do you have any further questions or comments? Councilman Ivey, do you have any comments or questions at this time?
Yes, Chief Evans, the ladder truck, what's the reach for a ladder truck? What's the range of reach that you could get?
So we would be looking for 106 foot, and that's about a maximum as far as on the type of chassis that we would look to purchase. You can get them a pinch longer than that, but for the most part, that's about your max for most, especially in a single axle, something that can really get around as far as in town through some of the streets.
So is there some buildings in in Washington, excuse me, that outreaches the ladder truck?
So even though the ladder is actually 106 feet, you can, but it would just matter of the offset. So how far away from the building, as far as an angle goes. One of the codes that we've actually ran up against quite a bit on some of our taller buildings, one of the pieces in the fire code, if you build over 35 feet, it requires aerial access. So you have to be able to get a ladder truck no closer than 15 feet, because it needs to be far enough back to have an angle, and then but no farther away than 30 feet. So all of the buildings that you see going up that give us a height problem that way actually meet that fire code. And so they do give us a piece of the building that we should be able to absolutely reach the roof of with everything that we have being built.
So Chief, just one last question. As far as the Washington City insignia, are we going to be on the driver's door or the passenger door?
We, it's funny because we did talk about some of the things with regards to the truck, and we thought about even, of course, we are shifting to a red and black, and they're a red and white. And so we thought about making it kind of its own, and maybe a red and gray or red and silver. And if you notice the flag that's up at the station, it depends upon which way the wind blows, depends upon whether it's a hurricane or a Washington. It's on both sides of the flag, and so we'll get creative with with some of that and make sure that both cities are represented for sure.
Well, if you can't figure it out, we'll play them in lacrosse. Okay.
I like it. We'll win for sure.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Councilman Ivey. Council Jeff Starkey, City Attorney, do you have any questions or concerns or comments?
Yeah, Chief, just a real quick question, just maybe following up on Council Staley's question about the locating of the ladder truck. So one of the nice things about it is it enhances our ISO evaluation. There isn't anything in the code that requires that to be within X amount of range of any of our taller buildings, is there? So there would be no reason we couldn't house it there without taking a negative hit anywhere?
No, there's not anything in any of the standards, or even as you pointed out, ISO is our grading for the insurance company. They rate us, and you get points for having a truck as far as a ladder truck. And remember too, when we talk about truck, that's really a ladder. We call the other apparatus an engine, or a fire engine. And so yeah, we would get the points as if it's here in the city and it responds to our fires, then it would count. And so we would get all the credit for it. How's that?
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Jeff Starkey. Council, are there any further questions or comments for our chief? Seeing that there are none at this time, thank you so much, Chief, for being disposable tonight to talk to us about this interlocal. We appreciate the efforts of all staff relative to this. This is a unique and just downright crafty approach to meeting the needs of neighboring cities. I'm really excited to see how this benefits both of us. That being said, I would entertain a motion from the council.
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve an interlocal cooperation agreement for shared fire apparatus for the purpose of a ladder truck between Washington City and Hurricane Valley Fire Special Service District.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. Is there any further discussion from the council? Seeing there is none, I'd like to call a roll call vote. Councilman Ward.
Aye.
Councilman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilman Staley.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Clough, aye. Vote is unanimous. Moving on to item 8A, bid award. 8A, consideration to award the bid for the Public Works water warehouse. Wow, that's a lot of W's in a row. Let me try that again. Consideration to award the bid for the Public Works water warehouse. Public Works Director Mike Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On May 6th, we publicly opened bids for this project. Watts Construction came in as the low bidder on the project at $463,043 and was low on the contracting time, which was part of the bidding process. So we're asking council to award this bid to Watts Construction in that amount. Now, there's a couple of things that we left out of the bid, thinking that our bids were going to come in high, and we're trying to keep it within budget. We came well underneath our anticipated amount. We anticipated $600,000. So we would like to add in an additional approximately $11,000. With that would include some solar tube lighting, some 120 volt or 220 volt receptacles, and painting the block on the inside of the building.
Any further conversation from council?
Just had a quick question for Shaw on just the bidding process on the weeks. Was that like something that was going to be weighed in?
It was. It was weighed in. It was going to be part of the process on how long they would take to bid compared to their bid price. But Watts came in low, and they were tied with the weeks for low.
Is there any ramifications for liquidated damages for past the 16 weeks?
There is. And I can't remember what it is. I think it's $1,000 a day.
Well,
thank you.
And just one more, that 100 weeks is a real 100 weeks that they put in their bid and not a typo.
What their bid said.
Okay, I just want to make
2 years.
They need 2 years to build and everyone else can do it in a couple months. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy.
Mayor Pro Tem, if there's no more question, I'm ready for a motion.
I'd like a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to make a motion to award the bid for the Public Works water warehouse to Watts Construction for $463,043 to Watts Construction, with an additional $11,000 for items listed by Mike Shaw, Public Works Director, for a total amount of $474,043.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. We have a second. Roll call vote. Councilman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilman Staley,
Aye.
Councilman Coates,
Aye.
Councilman Ward,
Aye.
Clough, aye. The motion is unanimous. Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem.
yes. Oh, that being said, Mike Shaw, Public Works Director, thank you so much for working on that. You are always loved and appreciated. Keep doing up the good work. Item 6B, oh, sorry, 6, wow. Item 9A, budget. Here we go. 9A, a consideration to approve a resolution accepting the tentative budget and setting a public hearing date to consider adopting the final budget. City Manager Roger Carter.
I was going to see if I could share this, but I'm not sure that it's showing up here. All I'm getting is a blue screen, and I don't know why.
You'd think by now we'd be the masters of Zoom meetings. We've been getting.
Well, you can tell that I unmuted, so cut me some break here. Here we go. Just needed to think for a second. Okay, so can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Council. Appreciate all the Council's work over the last few weeks. We've spent a lot of time. We've had a couple of additional study sessions with regards to the budget. Very interesting year for us. We're doing the best we can with the information we're getting. I'll share with you in just a moment some of the most recent information we've received, but we're projecting, of course, into the future and what we're trying to do, especially in light of the circumstance that we find ourselves in. So I really want to express my appreciation to Brian and Ruth, all the department heads, of course, that are involved in this budget process. Has been a little bit more Herculean this year than other times. But anyway, this is one step here. We still have a couple more. This step today is for the council to accept the tentative budget. Now, let me explain again what that means. That simply means that you're accepting the budget as presented, not as the final budget, but as a budget that then can be presented to the public for their review, and then ultimately any input that they would provide back in a scheduled public hearing, which is another of our purposes tonight, is to identify the public hearing on the budget. And so just for the benefit of both the council, but primarily those who might be watching, we are looking at a total overall budget of $76,710,000 and some odd. Now, people may look at that, and they may look at this chart and say, well, there's not much of a reduction as it relates to the previous year. And let me explain that there is a significant amount of reduction. We've of course reduced all those revenue accounts that we feel will be strongly impacted by the pandemic. That includes a 10% decrease in general sales tax. We have the transit room tax, the highway tax, road funds, plan checks and business or building related fees. And then, of course, because building related fees are going down, we've reduced impact fees substantially too. And so we've taken out about $7 million, $6.5 million out of the 21 budget versus 20. Now, you may say, well, I don't see that there. And part of that is because in some cases we are looking at replacing that with some fund balance. And so that's where that balances that out a little bit. Taking the council's recommendation from our last meeting, this particular budget of the 76 does include within that budget component some potential hires for the future. We have a couple that are scheduled for the July 1st period. Those come out of the enterprise, which are less impacted, we feel. And then additional ones recommended for January 1st with, of course, additional ones after that if the revenues hold true. We are recommending them this way because we are recommending what we feel needs to take place in order to maintain the level of service. As I mentioned to you once before, we never are asking for employees that we need for the next year or two. We're really we're asking for employees that are needed right now to serve the population that we've had over the last couple that have come the last couple of years. The reason you have to do that is because your revenue is always lagging. Now, having said that, though, we recognize the realities of the moment. And that is why the majority, or really all of them outside the enterprise fund hires, would not be till January 1. And again, because of the uncertainty that we're moving forward with, it is both management's commitment that we will be updating the council regularly on the revenue collections and how they might come in to budget or off of budget. And also recommending, of course, that if those budget numbers do not reflect what we're projecting right now, then of course we would not be recommending those particular hires at all. I just want to explain that so that people don't feel, well, I'm kind of stuck in this. As a matter of fact, we anticipate probably 2 and potentially 3 budget openings, and primarily to address revenue adjustments that we need to, because again, we're just not sure what the future is going to bring to us. And that will be in the first half of the fiscal year 21. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting for Washington City. I will tell you that we just received our March sales tax revenue numbers. Now, again, remember you're 2 months behind, so that's why it's a little difficult right now. And if you remember, we did a shutdown about mid-March. So this is about a half a month of shutdown. April will be our killer month, of course, but this is giving us a look. And interestingly enough, in Washington City, our sales tax collection for the month of March was $60,000 higher than March of 2019. Now, I'm certainly not going to suggest that's going to continue by any shape of the imagination. However, we were pleased with that positive of a number. And one of the unique things that Washington City finds itself in is, as you know, the sales tax is, we get a population-based portion of sales tax, and there's no doubt that that will go down because the state as a whole is going down. And then we get a large percentage of our sales tax from what's called a local option. And our local option will go down too. We have no doubt that it will. But because of the nature of the retail that Washington has, we know that it'll go down, but we may not suspect that it will have the same impact. If you consider that our largest sales tax producers are outlets that have actually have hung in there okay. So Walmart is probably the largest sales tax producer for Washington City. We still expect those numbers to go down, but they, of course, did not have to deal with the shutdown. Home Depot, kind of the same thing, large sales tax producer for us. So yes, we do have some businesses that have been closed down. Those will have an impact on us. But the biggest brunt of Washington City's sales tax collection on the local option side has been those large stores that have at least been able to keep their doors open. But again, we still anticipate that we'll probably have an impact on that. So again, moving forward here, the council, just by accepting the tentative budget, does not indicate that this will be the final budget. The council accepts this tentative budget with the understanding that there can be continued discussion. There, of course, will be a public hearing in which you'll possibly or hopefully receive public input, which you may want to incorporate. And so adjustments can continue to be made to the budget until it is finally adopted on at the end of June. I think that public hearing is set for, somebody's got it right there, they can tell me. The resolution is saying that on June 10th, we will hold a public hearing on the budget. So that's that, unless the council has some questions on this budget. And again, great appreciation to all of you for your input.
Thank you, Budget Officer and most amazing City Manager, Roger Carter. Is there any questions or comments by the council at this time? I do have a basic comment on here. I do know that all departments have articulated a significant need to maintain our level of service. And I do also recognize that maintaining our level of service has come at the cost of many of our employees fulfilling double the responsibilities for an average need. And our city department heads and our employees have been very good at reaching out to us in this interim time. And we recognize that you are all doing so much So I appreciate the fact that we're moving forward in faith and very hopeful with the knowledge that we had a far better March than I anticipated. That is, what a beautiful, awesome thing for us as a city. That was a brave moment for us as a city in our direction. I'd like to give some credit to our mayor and to City Manager Roger Carter for being unique with the directive that we've given to maintain the level of service that we had for our residents and keeping us open. And so my sincerest appreciation to all staff, all employees. You have done so well in such a crazy time, and I look forward to moving forward with such great people. So thank you for that. Councilman Ivey.
Not so much a comment on the budget, but just in reference to what City Manager Carter said in reference to our employees. I just want to extend my appreciation to them as I've gone around the city and I've seen how they have adapted to the COVID and how their resourcefulness and their dedication to the city was shown in so many ways. And to those that are on the higher list, I would definitely encourage that as soon as that's feasible, financially, we need to do it. But just a special thanks to everyone for their hard work through this. I feel like that we've been a beacon of hope and an example to the world for the way we have handled those things. And I'm so just one more reason to be so proud of our city.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from our council at this time? Seeing that I see no further comments, I'd entertain a motion at this time.
I'm sorry, I'm just not quick enough.
Councilman Staley, your turn.
Great. Hey, I was just reading back through the minutes in preparation for this meeting, and we had probably 3 or 4, if I recall, budget meetings wherein council gave direction to, can I say city manager or do I need to say most amazing city manager?
You know what? I got into the transition between the budget officer and I tripped for a little bit and a couple words filled in. So if you most amazing or His Excellency, whatever works for you.
Well, okay. Reading back through those notes on April 22nd, and again, it's been a fluid situation as we've tried to predict revenue and the way that this economy is going to adapt to everyone staying home and wearing face masks and staying 6 feet apart. But in part of that discussion, Councilmember Clough, on 422, you said you would like to hold off on any employee hires until a budget opening due to the nature of the economy. Councilmember Coates stated, I agree with Councilmember Clough. We need to wait on new hires and look at a budget opening. I'm not saying that I tended to agree with that as well, Dan. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I did want to point out one thing on the budget that I think would be most appropriate. And maybe it's the 3 economics classes I had in college, and I have a little bit of the dismal scientist in me, but I want to see more actual numbers before committing to new hires, particularly those that are funded through the general fund in January. I'm not comfortable pulling into fund balance $376,000 at this time. However, I don't disagree that with a growing city, we need to continue to bring on appropriate employees to service that. My only recommendation on this is rather than build in those January general fund new hires to automatically take place and to automatically pull from fund balance to pay for an ongoing expense, my recommendation would be to let's make that be a budget opening toward the end of the year once we have more data, and then we can look at it. If we have the money to bring on those new hires, let's do it. If we have the revenue to bring on more that are desperately needed in other departments, let's do it. But my biggest concern right now is that those new hires are going to happen regardless, unless we take action to stop it. I would rather take action to make the hires by doing a budget opening. So, council, that would be my biggest, my biggest concern, my biggest hesitation to approving the budget as is.
And thank you very much, Councilman Staley. I don't feel called out at all. I do stand by my comments that I made in a previous meeting. They would seem absolutely counterintuitive if you don't take into consideration within those comments. I also asked for it to go back to staff And within the staff's renovation of the comments, I feel very comfortable with what they proposed to us because their initial new hires in July take into account the very thing that you're asking for, which is to take care of in certain parts of our funds that don't really harm us, that we already know we have everything taken care of, to hire those individuals, and to, at January, see where we're at. We're perfectly fine supporting a budget that allows us to allow that data and actual funds to come in.
Yeah, what I'm
for those
asking you to
January
do
hires.
is to do that by a budget opening rather than just let it be assumed. I'd like to have to take action on that. And I'm not asking your permission, Councilman Clough, but I'm actually talking to the whole council about this to get their input because, you know, I'm
I don't
one of
think you're
five on
looking
this,
for
but that's my
permission.
take on
I'd like
this.
that clarified real quick. I am a council member, no doubt, Councilman Staley. This is not something that goes through my permission. You have your allowance, you can drive your car, that's fine. But right now, as we're talking relative as a council, I was just clarifying my comments. No way shooting down what you were saying. I was just shooting to clarify, and that's perfectly fine. So that being said, if there's no further comments, Councilman Coates, you have any comments?
No, I just wanted to clarify where I came from. My decision in looking at this is through my first year on the council, I'm looking at learning as much as I can and finding out that the positions asked for in July were based on the enterprise fund, and those were self-sustaining. And so that changed my mind about they're self-sustaining, we're behind, feel like we can move forward with that. And so I liked how it got laid out. The one thing I did have a question, just clarification from Councilman Staley. Are you asking, and I'm asking because I've never been through a budget, so bear with me here, that my understanding is that the January ones still have to be approved by us later, or am I misinterpreted that they're not, that this budget includes those funds for the January? I would assume that we are approving the July and the January ones need to come back to us and we can take them out or put them in at a later date. So maybe that's a question for
That's what
Roger.
I would. So I actually had that same question, Councilman. So I spoke to the manager about this, and basically the way it's written, if we do nothing, they're automatically rolled into the budget in January. So really all I'm asking for is that the council have a budget opening based on factual numbers in order to move forward with those hires or any hires at that point. I'm not disputing the need for them. I'm just saying I would rather have numbers rather than just have it already approved without seeing those numbers. And that's why I like the idea that you and Councilman Clough had, which was a budget opening in order to do that.
But can't we do that now? My question's going to Manager Carter. Can we do that as a condition on the budget that these be looked at moving forward or not? I don't, like I said, I'm new to this, so bear with me.
So, yeah, I mean, I moved forward based upon the recommendations of the council, and that's why you all got my recommendation last week and saw how I had laid that out, because it was based upon your direction. As a matter of fact, part of that direction was the enterprises funds. Matter of fact, I think it was Councilman Staley that made the argument that the enterprise funds are less affected. And so why couldn't we do a July 1? That makes a lot of sense. And so we took that input and put that into a
That was Ivy and Coates at the end of the last meeting.
And then yes, Councilman Coates and Councilman Ivy directed that city manager put in what you would recommend, which is what you got. And again, with the understanding that, and I'll tell you why it's structured the way it is, because I'm telling you as a city manager what we'd like to do to keep the same level of service. And we want you to see that picture. We want you to see that picture now. And so that picture right now for those hires creates a fund balance usage of $370 some odd thousand. Now, again, anybody who's worked with me over the years as a budget officer will know how conservative I am. And as a matter of fact, this is the reason we moved hires about 10 years ago from a July 1 to a January 1, because we assess numbers as you go through the year, and even years that are not like this year, if the revenue numbers were not coming in as we projected, then we would either not do the hires or we would make modifications, and we would do them through budget openings. And always the budget openings are where we make these adjustments. And again, I propose that we would probably make several budget adjustments, and every one of those budget adjustments, and what we'll be primarily looking at is revenue, because that's the big question mark. And if those revenue numbers are not coming in to what we're projecting, and again, this is not a true science. Even with all 3 economic courses, it's tough not to make this a true science. This is not a true science, so we know our numbers will be off. We hope they're not off far. So what we will do is have those revenue number adjustments as we go through the year. And what we'll do is with the council, those will be budget openings, the council at any time at that point, as well as with management's recommendations, we would probably say we're not in a position, or we're in a position to do the yellow. If you remember my blocks I gave you, the yellow January 1st and some of the red. But we just proceeded the way we felt was the direction that we received last time. It's pretty easy to pull it all out if you want to. We could have done that.
Well, and most of what you say, I don't disagree with, Roger. I really don't. I would just prefer to have the budget opening occur to make the hires rather than have to do a budget opening to pull back on hires, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And I know you're in a tough spot because you've got 5 different opinions, but I'm pretty sure that most of the directive that I felt like was given was to have a budget opening for those hires. But I realize we're at a tentative stage and there can be more adjustments to it, but I'm most comfortable with that. And it may very well be that our revenue numbers come in better than expected. And if so, we can adjust as we need to. But for right now, I would feel most comfortable making that a specific budget opening to bring on employees rather than to say, well, we budgeted for that, but we're not going to bring them in. And I just don't want to use fund balance for it right now, or at least budget fund balance for it.
Thank you, Councilor Staley.
I would
go ahead.
I would just disagree with the fact that, matter of fact, that's why I sent it out to you the way I did, structured, showing the hires last week. And so I thought we were kind of proceeding the way that particularly the majority of the council, yes, everybody kind of had a different opinion on that. We took kind of what I felt was the majority of council's approval or recommendation, which was for me to recommend. And again, one of the things you can see, I don't think we're all on different pages with this whatsoever, not at all. I think we all have the same concern, and that it's just how we proceed forward. So it's basically a different is I've given you to my recommendation on from what I thought was the direction on what this will cost you, and you can see it now versus just you don't get to see it until January comes because we don't have them plugged in. So I feel comfortable with that, but I also feel comfortable with any other direction from the council. This was just how I was felt that, not just me, but the other staff involved felt that we were proceeding.
I don't disagree with Councilman Staley that this is something we need to monitor very closely as we approach our January hire date. We definitely do need data to come back to us. And I look forward if that makes Councilman Staley feel more confident in our idea and our ability to project this budget. I am not opposed at all to have a budget opening just to validate and verify where we are. It asks us under the conditions that we are in to give a little bit more attention. And we have to proceed cautiously, but at the same time, we have to balance that with, we have to give direction and an okay to move forward as a city, or else we just go stagnant. So I really appreciate the statement of Councilman Staley to open that up. And if that's not an inconvenience, obviously, we will be looking at our budget a lot more than we normally have under the crazy conditions of COVID. Councilman Ivey. Councilman Ivey, you're on mute. There you go.
There you go. Just to add on to what you were saying, is I anticipate this summer and fall that we'll have several budget openings as things come forward. Maybe, and I think that we can easily talk about those budget openings. And in the budget openings, I'm sorry, I'm reading notes and trying to think. Sorry about that.
Right.
So I think as we go forward, we'll easily be able to address the new hires because I think we'll have an unprecedented amount of budget openings going forward to find a balance in the new normal.
You know, I'm insanely appreciative of our staff for coming back with the new recommendation, because the first recommendations, no one could have really acted upon those with the influence of COVID upon our community. I am very hopeful with how March came in that we might do better than we expected. that is just outstanding. So to a secondary voice of appreciation to Councilman Staley, we really do need data going forward. And I do look forward to having updates from our budget officer as to how our community is responding to this, because we do want to meet the level of service, but we don't want to do it blindly. And I appreciate us not drawing down our fund balance where we can get more work with what we have. I want to take care of our employees that we have. I do want more employees, but the ones that we have are my keen interest right now. I really want to make sure that they are taken care of and that we can provide the services we need for our community. So, Councilman Staley, I look forward to, if you're considering a motion on this, I have no objections at all to having budget openings. And I would really love to have data come back to the council to help us at this tentative time. That being said, I have no further conversation. Does the council have anything else they'd like to discuss relative to the budget? Seeing that there is no discussion at this time, I would entertain a motion relative to item 9A on the budget.
I'll make a motion that we consider to approve the resolution accepting the tentative budget and setting a public hearing date to consider adopting the final budget. Do we have that? What was that date again?
June 10th.
June 10th.
For June 10th.
Second.
Just a comment in on that. We can pass this. We can even continue this as the public comments that come through. We can continue to have this very debate and amend this as we go. But I am in favor of moving this forward so that we can get the budget moving forward, I guess I should say, and then have whatever other conversations to determine if we do a reopening or not. But I do think we ought to get it moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman Ward. Any other discussion from council at this time before we move forward with the roll call vote?
Yeah, I appreciate Councilman Ward's words of wisdom, and definitely approving a tentative budget opens it up for more discussion. But I think I was pretty clear on where I stand, and where I stand is for those new hires. I would like that to be a deliberate budget opening. So I'm going to go ahead and vote aye in favor of this, but with the understanding that that's where I stand in this budget. It's a team effort, but I'm most comfortable making those new hires be a deliberate budget opening rather than them just happening, because I think that forces our hand to monitor that budget more closely.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilman Staley. Councilman Ivey.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Ward.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Clough, aye. The budget passes unanimously. Moving on to item 10. Funding 10A. Review the Greater Together Fund. Economic Development Director Matt Liu.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This will be short and sweet. Again, this is just an update on where we stand as of 11:59 p.m. Thursday, April 23rd, which was the conclusion of the second round of funding. Greater Together Small Business Resilience Fund received 100 applications. Wow. They funded, or we funded, 62 wow. for a total fund amount of $887,000. Wow. Washington City applications were 7. Washington City applications funded was 5 for a total of $77,000. Wow. And that is as of the tally as of this afternoon. Any questions?
Almost what we put in, if I remember right, or was it more than we put
right
in?
There.
I'm trying to recall the number.
85,000 what we put in, and I'm thinking maybe I'm just going to take a stab at it. Maybe the 2 others didn't quite hit the mark as far as the application requirements.
Thank you.
I do find that interesting. Funding came from local municipalities, from the county, if I recall, and maybe some outside businesses. And, 77,000 is close, but that also means that businesses in Washington City didn't get what we put in and didn't get any of the other dollars that may have been available. And truth be told, there are probably more businesses in the city of St. George, but I would have liked to have seen a few more, and maybe there just weren't the applicants.
Yeah, again, that's a good comment, Councilmember Staley. We've worked, myself, city manager, Dave Woodcock, to try and get the word out via our media communication lines. We did it about 2 or 3 times during this whole process. But yeah, I am surprised that only 7 of our businesses did apply for the loan.
Councilman Coates.
Well, I was ecstatic with the 77K because I look at it as who knows how many Washington City residents still might have businesses in St. George. So I don't know if we have that data or not.
It's huge.
Good point.
But the next question I have is there a third round? Are we doing a third? I mean, what's the status of the program? Do we need to contribute more? Or are we kind of done until we figure out what the economy's doing?
I think right now we're at a pause. We're at a standstill. I've kind of reached out to the chamber to kind of see what their plans are. And according to them, they're not sure yet. But I'll stay close on their heels to figure out, what is it? Because if it is 887,000 that will have been awarded, and I think we were pretty dang close to $1 million that was raised, there's still some money in a balance that, we need to disperse to some other businesses. Maybe if there is 100,000 or 50,000 or even 20,000, that there needs be a third round of funding considered.
Thank you. Any further comments, Councilman Coates?
No, thank you.
Okay. I did notice that there was a brief flash of a hand from our city attorney, Jeff Starkey. Mr. Starkey, do you have any comments at this time?
Councilor Coates made the same comment I had, and that was, if there's a breakdown, yeah, they may have been St. George City's businesses, but it may have involved our residents anyway that were the beneficiaries of that money, hopefully anyway.
My hopes is really looking at the title of this and what we put off as a venture in this hour of need was we truly were greater together. I have a hard time drawing the line of where people got the benefit, but I really feel our participation was helpful. And I thought we stood up and provided opportunities that our local businesses didn't have, and they didn't have the flexibility to it. So I know there's a lot still happening at a national and state level. I think is a little bit wise on our part to sit back and see where we are for a little bit. But glad it worked out okay. I think we did pretty dang good. Is there any further conversation or comments to have relative to the item at this time from the council? Seeing that there's nothing being brought at the time, I entertain a motion relative to item 10A.
I think it was just a repeat.
I think it's just a follow-up, right?
Correct.
Okay, that being said, thank you. Matt Liu, you have done a fabulous job. We appreciate you being present in that council and the City Chamber of Commerce for St. George. We look forward to seeing how that improves our community and like to continue to have a voice there. So thanks for your service.
Thank you.
That being said, we'll move on to item 11, report of officers from assigned committees. If you don't mind, I'll just kind of go down the roll here. Councilman Staley, do you have anything to report from your assigned committees?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm just looking forward to good news tomorrow. I know Matt Liu has informed some of us that there's a big project for our 40-acre parcel auto mall that's on the agenda for SITLA tomorrow, and so I'm hopeful that goes well. I'm planning on attending that meeting electronically and watching the how that proceeds. But I'm hopeful that goes well. I know he's been working really hard on that, as has Councilman Ward, and has been meeting and doing things for that. So that would be the report that I have.
Thank you, Councilman Staley. Councilman Ivy, anything to report?
Yes, I'll make it brief, but there is some information from the league. I've had 2 or 3 webinars since our last visit. I'll be brief and try to bring you up to speed on some of the latest information. First, regarding the CARES Act, the league staff and the Utah Association of Counties presented to the Legislative Executive Appropriations Committee on the CARES Act distribution. It was recommended that all local government allocations be distributed through a population-based model for the state's 246 million available to local governments. And again, they're recommending allocation according to population, which is fair. More to come on that. Now, the second, we've referred to it as the Stimulus 4, which has now been titled the HEROES Act. It has not passed through the Congress yet, but the House is going to vote on that as soon as tomorrow, I believe. So let me just give a brief review on what the HEROES Act is. It's the Forced Stimulus Bill, and HEROES stands for Health and Economic Recovery Omnibus Emergency Solutions Act. It's a mouthful. The bill would allocate $3 trillion and provide about $1 trillion for state and local governments. You know, and we're pleased to see that 11% of those funds will go directly to all local governments. And the thing that's encouraging about this is that it gives us as a local municipality more flexibility in how to spend that money. So there was some limitations on the other money, depending on if you had a cost that was not budgeted, or that you had some other losses, like if you had a contract that was unable to be finished, and then it could hold you harmless on that. But the only other information I bring to you is some of the pressing issues about the state and what's going on there. It was noted in the last town hall meeting that the positives has plateaued, and as a guy that studies rocks, that's a good thing. That means that hopefully that we've leveled off and we're going across the top now and not climbing any higher. It was referenced that the statewide hospitalization looks good, and it was also seconded that it looks very good. So not only the numbers, but the ability to deal with those that are ill. They have things in place that if there was a spike or a surge, that they feel confident that they could take care of those needs. As you might know, the orange designation expires this week. It's expected to have, it's expected that before Friday, possibly tomorrow, that word will come from Governor Herbert about a designation. All indicators look like that we will be going yellow, but of course, that's one of those things that you reserve your opinion on, because I think that's what we would like. In fact, I know that's what we want for the most part. And then the last thing that I would address, I actually had a couple of calls and emails about this. There's a rumor going around that we would not be able to go to the green classification until after a vaccine was available. And that is not true. That is not the case. The rumor, it was felt like that rumor was started because of some trials that have been very, very positive from the University of Utah Medical School. They feel like that in their trials for a virus or an antidote or whatever the proper word is, that those that have it would be affected for a lesser time and a lesser degree of severity, and that the time would be minimized. And the most important thing is the overall number of deaths would be reduced greatly. The only other mention is that a significant amount of the deaths that are being seen now that numbers are coming in is with homes for elderly people. And of course, that goes to having other ailments and problems. But the last thing that I would mention is that the governor's office repeatedly has said that this is data-driven information. They have a matrix to try to bring all that information in. Of course, you're aware that Washington County, Iron County, and I believe Kane County submitted 2 requests to the state asking to be lowered to yellow previously. Both those recommendations were denied for reasons, and there was some discussion from commissioners and council members in regards to why those were denied. But I feel like probably the main reason was that we needed to adhere to the timeline that Governor Herbert had set out in his original declaration. Wow, mouthful. Sorry about taking your time, but that gets us up to speed.
Well, I classify that as a yellow report. Well done. Good job, man. Councilman Ward, anything to report from your assigned committees?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coates.
Yes, I want to go over real quick on the solid waste board. We had our meeting this last Monday. Negotiations are moving forward with the Republic on the landfill, looking at some of the fees that are accumulating with the negotiations. They are going up a little bit in general, just with costs going forward. And their projection was it's a 10-year scope is what they're looking to contract. Recycling will go up as well from, I mean, it's tentative, it's still working, but it looks like it will go up. And that's based on the fact that the district's been supplementing half the costs already for the recycling program. One exciting thing is they are looking at another opt-out for residents, not for sure yet, but they're looking at it to give that option. But like I said, it's just something that's been talked about. So.
Thank you, Councilman Coates.
But overall, the district's moving forward, and it was approved to go forward with the negotiations with the prices outlined.
Cool. Thank you, Councilman Coates. For our flood control authority, just mostly on budgets, we did some budget approval, and we were talking about there's some issues with a few ways which bills are processed. Since our committee doesn't meet very regularly, there's a couple adjustments made to take care of people providing services and work. Nothing major. Before I move on to the option item 12, I think at this time I'd like to pass my sincerest appreciation to all of our department heads at this time. It has been amazing to watch what you have all done, and the employees, just the work ethic and the flexibility. You've been a marvel. And comparing what our city has done with other cities as we've got further away from the initial fears of this virus and its impact, I just applaud the direction and the energy that was done. During that time when so much was done, the city assumed a leadership role without a lot of us in our voice, but we were still kept up to speed. I credit a lot of the actions that were made for the benefit of our city to our department heads and how they discussed, especially with our city manager. I know I referred to him as super amazing on accident earlier, but I do not feel like I said that in vain. I think he was fabulous. I'm very helpful. I'm very grateful to our mayor for being a little brave on some ideas that he felt were for the best interests of our city. And we even got some national attention on that in some fun ways. But my sincerest appreciation to all staff. You have been amazing at this time, and we continue to appreciate your efforts. That being said, City Manager, I'd like to defer to you for item 12. Give us a City Manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for those kind words on behalf of the staff. They are pretty amazing. Let me update you on a couple of projects that I know that are just high profile, and I won't take a lot of time tonight with regards to those. But on the boiler project, that's sometimes a little bit out of our view because the grade is a little lower, and so we don't see it. But the deck surrounding the boilers itself has been stained. That looks great. The restrooms are close to being completed up there. The steps are being poured. There is the landscapings, the drip lines and everything are being put in, and there'll be a great landscaping component to that whole development up there. And the pavilion is underway. So we're pretty well on schedule with that, and that's just going to be a beautiful, beautiful place. Matter of fact, the water, if you go look at that water's never been more clean and beautiful. Matter of fact, it's a little higher up too. So that's what's nice. It's a little higher than we've been traditionally used to. It'll stay that way. So that's great. The Green Springs Park is completed. Looks great as well. If you get the chance to look up there, again, a big grass right now. That's what we chose to do on that one. The Staley substation is now completed. Of course, I mentioned they're carrying a load, and we appreciate the Parks Department for getting in and doing the landscaping. You know, I joked with somebody the other day, I actually got a couple of compliments from residents and neighbors about the substation, and I'm not sure that I could probably count on one hand how many times I've gotten thanked for substation improvements, but for that particular substation, I think it was well placed. Beautiful job that they've done there. I know we've had some discussion off and on as a council, particularly the new council, on irrigation. And there's been questions asked about pressurized irrigation, non-pressurized. The fact of the matter is no decision has been made on that. We're currently in a study on that. And I checked with Mike Shaw to see when we could get that back so the new council could be brought up to speed on the status. Won't be completed, but the status of the irrigation study, because it's pretty extensive. And he's anticipating in the month of June, we'll have a work session in which that can be presented, the where we're at today. Yeah, I don't need to touch on a couple of sewer things, but let me just touch on a couple of street things because we have a lot of street things going on. For the Washington Parkway, they continue the rip wrapping along the ditches. This is again from Washington Parkway up to Green Springs area. Rip wrapping around some of the culvert, it's finishing all that up. They'll continue the asphalting just on the far west side of Washington Parkway in the next week. The water line's been tested up there and passed. And so that project also is getting pretty close to wrapping up. Main Street, all you do when you pass Main Street is you just see this menagerie of equipment and everything going on, but they are really doing an exceptionally good job up there. And I would also, if anybody's listening from Main Street, express my appreciation for their patience. It's been a real issue for them to be patient with. But the sewer line from 400 North to Telegraph is being laid down. The storm drain lines are being put in along with the medians and curb inlets for carrying the storm water. They continue to shape the subgrade. That was a big, huge part of this whole problem up there is, of course, the subgrade and the height of that subgrade. And it's amazing if you've driven up there how much earth they've taken out to reshape that subgrade to match everything. And of course, that's why this was such a complicated project, because we had to lower all utilities to do that and make that work for us. But so right now they're finishing the subgrade reshaping from about 400 North to Telegraph. They've done it up underneath the freeway. We're hoping to be able to get that underpass open, I think in 2 or 3 weeks, at least by the end of May. And that'll be important for our emergency services to be able to get through and access that. So again, they're, I think, right on schedule. We're hoping, it's all pre-monsoon, but we know we were running that tight. The only one I've mentioned also is the Parkway signal, Parkway and Telegraph signal. They poured the bases this week. They're just letting those cure right now. Hopefully they'll be able to set the poles next week. We're hoping that project should be done by the end of the month. And then let me just touch upon 2 things that you've touched on, and that is with regards to where we sit as a organization in our opening, in the COVID issue. So for those who don't know, we did open 2 offices this week. We opened the utility office. The courts have technically been open anyway because of mandates from the court system. But both of those departments have really, really good protective measures in place. And so we felt comfortable opening those 2 facilities. We would like to mention, well, let me finish that and then I'll come back to this other topic. But we will continue to move. We put in place temporary sneeze guards in all of our frontline office space, even though they haven't opened yet, because we're still working all that through. And we're also making sure that none of our staff, particularly any of our at-risk staff, and that's we've been very careful with and very measured with, is making sure that our staff, particularly our at-risk staff, all of our staff, but our at-risk staff particularly, are protected and taken care of. And it is very fluid. As a matter of fact, we had unfortunately a fairly large exposure with some of our staff this week which was a little nervous. So we're monitoring some of our staff because of that. And so it continues to be something that, and I appreciate all of your patience as we've been very, very careful in trying to make sure that our staff is in the right place when we finally get this open. But with regards to that, I want to talk about the utility bills. So again, we've done no cutoff disconnect in the month of May, but we have contacted. I mentioned to you we had hundreds of utility customers in arrears, which is much higher than normal. We understand that. But over the course of the last week or so, our utility department has reached out and made an effort to try to contact everyone who is in arrears and tried to work out some arrangements, especially with the understanding that the warm weather is coming, which means that the bills will only get a little bit bigger, both in power and in water. But what we would ask of utility customers is that if they are in arrears, that they call our utility office and work out arrangements. And if they don't call, then we'll assume that they have the capability of making their account whole. So we would also ask, we've left messages where people won't answer, which is common sometimes, to contact us. And so we're going to ask again the public that might find themselves into a challenge, just please call our utility office. That's one of the nice things about being open too. We hope they'll let them know that. Now, again, we prefer electronic, but if they absolutely have to come in, those wonderful people up there can help them work through what they need to do to get back on. And we're very empathetic, trying to balance this empathetic, sympathetic approach, because we know people are hurting, and yet recognizing that people really, we want them to be responsible and help us know where they're at and what we can do to help. Good question was just asked, and I was going to bring it up. So Suntran, we are planning on Suntran starting on June 1st. We were going to, it was supposed to start on May 1st, but because Main Street, and they don't like to alternate the route at all, because Main Street was in the shape that it was, we chose to not begin them because they also didn't want to reroute. So we look like we're going to be pushing out more and more information with regards to this starting next week, so that the public knows. Mike will be putting signs up here in the next week or so people know where the stops are, and we'll make as big a splash as we can. We wanted to do it with all of you, but that just didn't work out. So anyway, so to answer the question with regards to when we're physically meeting, it'll largely depend on when we see some different signals from the governor's office. One of the things that we have not wanted to do is create a compelling reason for people to gather, and the public does have, the public is allowed to gather when the council is together. So we can't prohibit the public from gathering when the council is together. So right now, the mayor and I's discussion at least was, at the moment, we were looking through the remainder of May. So you got one more council meeting that would be through May. But of course, that I've been kind of leaning on the mayor a little bit with respect to that. But that's kind of the plans, at least at the moment. Other than that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Well, I was kind of hoping you'd find a way to take us on the ride on that new Suntran bus.
Well, it would be, and I don't even know. Somebody asked, do they have social distancing requirements? I'm sure the answer is yes.
I don't know.
I just don't know what it is.
I'm really looking forward to the value that'll add to our community on so many levels. That is a unique need being met, and I do appreciate that. I have no.
Well, you may have seen in the paper, because I was asked, did the city delay the Suntran because of the impact upon the tax? The answer, of course, is no. And we also know that the additional transit tax was in a large way well exceeded what we needed for the Suntran. So even if we see a decrease, which we anticipate we will, it will not affect the operations and the beginning of the Suntran operation.
All right.
That's it.
If there's no further comments from the council or questions, I find if someone wants to make a motion for an adjournment here.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Council, thank you for your efforts tonight. Tonight was a good night. Appreciate it. We'll see you next time.